Hello. Hi, hi. How y'all doing? Welcome. Hope you are doing good. I forgot to plug in something. Man, it's only been 2 days and I'm already forgetting everything. How y'all doing? Hi Nexus. Hi Wildflower. Hi Panda. Oh, 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 oh. Hope you are doing good. Tomate made me so angry. There was a victor in the 33333. If it's a tournament, you're gonna expect a lot of easy characters in there. They wanna win. Because it's a tournament, which is totally understandable. I mean, I assume it's a tournament because it's a top 8. Let me adjust. That's not boop. My eyes getting booped. I wanted to do art today, but I just I really am not feeling it. Wait, just have a little bit of a headache. I already ate. What do you call that? Panadol. I ate Panadol. I don't know why I suddenly have headaches. Like, so I kind of want to play some rhythm games. Why not? You would think having headache is is the prime chance to do art. Nah, I need to do some intense rhythm game. I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, I decided to do some play some rhythm sprout. So before I start the game,
Yark!
yep,
Yip yip!
yep. Before I start the game, I played this game yesterday. I finished the game. I actually finished it, but I just kind of want to play a new game. You know, just like start off a new game and play with a controller this time, because this game using keyboard is just, can I say, I'm not gonna say piss easy. It's easy, but not too easy. So I figured making a bit of a challenge for myself to use controller to play this game would be very interesting. I think. I'm not too sure how it's gonna work out, but I don't know, gives me a reason to replay this whole game again because it's actually a really good game. It's on 75% discount, so I just immediately bought it. It's really good. Headaches and rhythm games sounds like an interesting mix. I'm probably gonna mess up a lot, which is totally fine because, headache. Probably couldn't focus as much, but oh, but yesterday's movie was so good. It was like a pure action movie, and it's so good. I love it. I love when a fight is so well choreographed that I was just looking at the movie. I'm not looking anywhere because it's so cool. It's so eye catching. I don't want to miss a moment of the fight. It's so good. Honestly, it's so rare to see that I'm so attached to a movie since I don't watch movies as much. But I'm glad. That was good. We have a Rayip. Hi Simreniros. I just hope I'm not butchering your name again. I hope you're doing good. Welcome. I'm gonna start a new game of this game. So maybe become small. I'm small. Oh, the hug. Love that hug. There. This is good. I like it. I like lo-fi. Doesn't fit with Cobalt's vibe, but I like it. Here, let's play. I'm gonna start a new game. Alright. So I already finished this game once. I did finish it yesterday. It was relatively short, but it's really good. It was so short that I wanted to play it again today because it's so good. Let me try something. Me too. Yep. Because it's full screen, that's why I need to do this. Rhythm Sprout. And there. That should do. Oh my god. Whoa. Okay, game, you need to lower down your voice. Oh, the music is so good too. I forgot to mention. Did I mention the music is good? It's so fucking good. I'll make it slightly louder because it's a rhythm game. And I want you guys to vibe with the music as well. 7. Why not? 7. Nah, 6. I don't want it to cover my voice. 7. Okay. Supportive wiggles. I can wiggle too. Sort of. I think I just do a new game. Yeah, it's fine. I'm okay with that. Sprout. Sprout. Ooh. Sprout. Did you fall asleep while I was talking? Yeah. Have you been listening to a word I've been saying? How rude. The cheek. You've done it now, mister. I completely lost my train of thought. What was I even talking about? It was something important. I can feel it. Yes. The invasion, sire? Ah, yes. Oh, I actually forgot one thing. Give me a second. Give me a few seconds, actually. Give me a few minutes. Wow, stinky. All the yips. Ah, the redeems are paused. I was like, where's my daily milk? Then we got this. Got this. Can have this. Also this one. And this one. Eee! Oh my god, eee! That's a huge one. Tree stream streak. Thank you, Wildflower. Alright, I'm back. Of course. I guess I'm gonna have to start from the beginning. Do not make me repeat myself again, or there will be severe consequences. But I am a benevolent ruler. I shall let it go. For now. So generous and sexy. Why? Remember, you are the chosen onion. It is your duty to protect us. Honestly, Sprout, I hope you weren't expecting me, the king, to go tag along with your little adventure. I am very busy. Okay, have a good luck, Wildflower. Thank you, thank you. I brought you here for a good reason. They're coming, Sprout. Steadily marching towards the vegetable kingdom. Our informant has confirmed it. The army of sugary sweets, it's upon us. They're coming to get us all, and they answer only to one man. A man who rumor has it is the very essence of evil. King Sugar. Daddy. God, the comedy in this game. Sometimes I cannot get it. But I get it still. I should have a mobile light for babies. All difference here will have shiny coins spinning over my head. Shiny coins? I want it. I don't know who we think he is, but he has to be stopped. At all costs. Like, if you need to sacrifice yourself for the good of the kingdom, That's okay by me. You have my permission. Your name will be written into the history books as my humble assistant. What could be more honorable? Honorable? I'm sure you understand. Gosh, what a dick. Now, if you excuse me, I have some delicious grapes that I need to pompously devour to show everyone exactly who's in charge around here. Run along now. Go save my kingdom. Yeah. It's special mobile for dragons, so don't take Cobalt Shinies. Yeah, don't take Cobalt Shiny. I want shiny. Oh, I almost forgot. Silly me. Would you find my daughter, Princess Cauliflower, while you're out there? I heard she's been missing for like a month. Stink. I wrote her this strongly worded letter. I'll give it to her when you find her. I got Brock's letter. Okay, now to those grapes. Bye. Bye bye. Mama. Such a funny little game. It wasn't you, but I saw Dragon did it. For real? Okay. So rhythm game. For controller, right button is all the buttons on the right. So square, triangle, cross, and O all counts. D-pad is the left button. So R1 and L1 is the dodge button, which you will see all in this stage. It's a really good stage to start out with. Very adorable. I like it. So good. I just think the storytelling is really good. D-pad. 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 It's just such a cute little game, honestly. And then he went back to sleep. We love Sprout. Sprout's great. Oh yeah, the score in this game is really hard to get 3-star. Like, yesterday I played it, I didn't get 3 stars as much. Demo? It kinda does. It kinda does. It's like a mix of Demo, Auto Gem, a little bit as well. EX modes are extra modes that spice up each level. Activate some or even all of these modes on your favorite levels for an extra challenge. So these are the EX modes, your Turbo, Mirror, and Randomizer. I have never done this once, but I love Turbo mode. It's really good. But I'm just gonna go through the stages one by one, of course, and enjoy the story together. Because why not? I love it. Story is good. Piano, Black Tall Creature and Girl. Oh, entry. Yeah. But Demo I need to play for a little bit because I don't really enjoy playing rhythm games with my mobile phone. It's just, it doesn't feel as satisfying, I feel like. Or maybe because I played too much Osu, that's why. I played too much Osu back then, like, Help! Help! Oh, it's you. I was hoping for someone better, but oh well. You can help me, buddy. There's some kind of creature out there floating around my house. I'm usually a very brave man, but this time, even I got scared. Strong men also cry. Preach. Anyways, it was so scary that I had to abandon my daily chores. When my wife gets back from town, she would not be happy. Oh man, the house is a complete mess. I forgot to lock the front door. Oh no, and the kitchen is filthy. The refrigerator door is open, and I think I even left the stove on. Gee, what a crime here. Oh shoot, the toilet seat is up too. And my dirty socks are lying next to the laundry hamper. I think that's it though. There has to be more. Oh no. I forgot to flush. Oh, oh no. My wife's gonna kill me. My kids will think even less of me. They already think I'm useless, but this will be the last straw. Come on, buddy. Help me out here. Here we go and take care of that floating creature by my house so I can go home. But I'm just a sprout. Look at me just dancing at the spot. No. Demon Reborn is PC? Oh, I might check it out. Come on, buddy. You have to help me. Literally. No. Is it just gonna kick me out? Come on. Buddy. You have to help me. Literally. No. I'm just gonna pretend that you said yes right away. Okay, you just put words in my mouth. Okay. I never doubted you for a second. I'm gonna go hide over by some bushes while you take care of business. Thanks. See ya. Alright, I didn't say that I want to help. Oh, I would stay away from the bathroom if I were you. Thanks for the advice. I would definitely stay away from bathroom. He didn't flash. Excuse-moi. 0 HP game over. Every 20 combo equals 1 HP. Oh, here 1 HP. I never really read this because it's a written game and I'm quite confident with my written game capabilities, so I didn't read any of these. I just keep going on, and I kind of just one-shot every stage. That's why it's very short. But I enjoy the game so much though. It's such a unique concept. Oh. All good. It's so good. And I think the music is pretty unique as well. So good. I bought the game because of you. How could you do this to me? You're welcome. This game is great. And I think it's still on 75% off. I bought this game for like 10 ringgit. It's such a good deal. 10 ringgit. It's so good. Yeah, you're welcome, Panda. Enjoy the game, it's really good. And it's not super difficult too. You just have 3 button prompts and that's it. Only 3. It's really easy for people to get into the game as well, right? Look at Sprout. Look at Sprout. Hey. I mean, greetings! It's King Brock. Have you saved the kingdom yet? No, I just start out. Ugh, you're so slow. Are you even trying? I knew you couldn't be trusted. But I do have a feeling that you're heading in the right direction. I have a strong sense about these things. I'm a king. Everyone knows kings can predict the future. Some even call this ability... spooky. It's spooky. Now get back to your adventure, you lazy bum. Lazy bum? What's that? Cauliflower? Heh, that's right. The princess. Uh-huh. Anyway, it's been fun chatting. Let's do it again sometime. Okay. Dirk likes Winterwoods. Winterwoods is great. I never get to experience winter, so winter or scenery like this always fascinates me. Psst. Yeah, you. Get over here. Hi. I actually forgot you existed. Who were you talking to just now? Yeah, dude. Who was it? I won't go that way if I were you. The haunted mansion is over there. It's Count Arel's house. He sucks. Like, a lot. One time you told me a joke. It wasn't funny. Hi, Toys R Us. Oh, thanks for poop. I missed it, but thanks for poop. It's a Frostlight Dirk. See? Such a cool concept. Love that blab, by the way. It's amazing. Amazing blab. Combo likes. Combo loves. Combo always love blab. In fact, Combo can always blab. It wasn't funny. One time he showed me a YouTube video. It was boring. Snore. Yeah, dude. So, what are you doing at our wits? Yeah, what's up? What up? Numbers, hello. You Como. You're one wonderful snake, you. Wonderful snake bean. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. King Sugar Daddy, huh? Never heard of him. Princess Cauliflower? I think she went to Count Arel's place. More like Count a Smell. One time he bought me flowers. That's actually kinda nice. Still sucks though. Come on. Edgy kids, these ones? I wish I got flowers. Oh. 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 Oh, King Sugar Daddy. He's the boss of those ice creams that showed up recently. Oh, yeah. I think I overheard Cauliflower talking about him too. Hey. Dude. You seem pretty cool. Wanna join our gang? It's mushrooms only, but we can make an exception. We could do some pretty cool things together. What do you say, champ? Sure, why not? You're gonna decline, aren't you? Guys? He bought it. Gotcha, nerd. Yeah, loser. Beat it. Oh, Sprout. Sprout's getting bullied. See, Numbers is adorable. Love that blep. Oh, that just missed. Oops. Oh yeah. I actually know about this game because of Dan. I saw Dan play this game for a little bit and I was like, oh my god, it's a rhythm adventure game? And I checked the game, it's like 75% off and oh my god, 75% off, excuse me? I immediately bought it. It was like, what, 10 ringgit something? Wow. So good. Ice cream. Nice. I love how when it's like winter, everything is just more chill. Literally. Music is more chill, and the environment is more chill as well. Oh yeah, there's skins. I didn't even change it. Matches Sprout's head. Nice. And I also have like Hello Neighbor. I don't even know. I know this one. I've seen this person before. But this one, I don't know. Why is there a cat? I want my baseball bat. I'm here to bonk, not kill. And then we are now in Haunted Mansion. It's such a charming little game. I love it. I've changed my tracksuit. Oh, of course he has a Necrodancer shopkeeper noise. It's so good. A foolish mortal! Who dares to enter my domain? I see. Uh-huh. The chosen onion Sprout. You have done well in coming this far. But your journey ends here. For it is I, the great Count Arel, who shall put an end to your noble quest. Once and for all. There's no use in struggling. You have already lost, little man. Come find me in my study if you wish to live. No, seriously. Please come and find me. The door is open. Why are they all so lonely? Ooh, green. They all require Sprout's companionship. Oh yeah, you have to spam left and right. I forgot. Yeah, that's a thing. Do they call this trap beat? I think. Nice. Stink. Wait. It's such a unique concept. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, I never alternated. Nico Dinosaur was very fun. Never managed to beat the single area as Aria though. I was practicing so much of Aria back then that I managed to beat from Zone 5 to Golden Loot. It's so fun, but also kind of frustrating. But satisfaction is there once you like get through Aria. Really fun. But it is very fucking difficult. Aria is not easy. I don't even know how people can get through with Coda. It took like, I think, months of practice because I was... Oh, nice! I was kind of a no-life during middle school. I was chronically addicted to video games. Still am! Just I have adult responsibilities now, so it's a little bit different. You know what I mean. But back then I have like so much time, I just spend it all on practicing Aria runs almost every day. If I ever unlock Coda, I don't intend to play them. Same. I just don't think it's gonna be fun. I'm sure some elitists out there could find them fun, but oh my goodness, it's not gonna be fun with double time. Alright, double time and then Aria. Oof. Ooh, no. No. I'm good. Stink. But huge respect to those who can play with Coda, because holy shit, just the courage to play Coda is already so good. Like super duper strong.
Yep.
Mwahaha! When I said I was in my study, I was lying. I am in fact not in my study. You are easily fooled, silly onion. But fret not, dear Sprout. I shall give you a hint to my actual whereabouts. But first, you have to stand on the trapdoor on your left. Really? It is very important that you stand there. Otherwise, you might not hear my hint. Yip. The acoustics in these rooms are terrible. Even Sprout knows. Okay, are you ready to hear the hint? Nah. Oh, sorry. I'll give you a moment. Take your time. Oh. Oh. Can I spam this? No. Are you ready for the hint? No, I'm not ready yet. Oh, sorry. I'll give you a moment. Take your time. Oh, I think he's just gonna repeat. I'll do one more time. It's the same thing. Okay, it's the same thing. Alright, I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Maybe just one more time. Oh, it's the same thing. Is it gonna be nothing? Just one more. My team are so cute. Wait! I know. Cobalt! Cobalt! I love how this game lets you do that. Yeah. It's a neat little thing. Okay, one last time. For real, for real. Okay. I don't think there's anything here. Yeah. Hit me. Okay, I have a confession to make. And I have a hint. Have fun in the dungeons! Whee! Oh wow, he really fell for it. Hey. Fell. God damn it. Sim also really cute. A dragon? Yeah, 100%. A dragon cute. Common enough. Such a silly little game. I love it. Oh, I remember this music. Unique. I told you. Those black notes, you have to avoid them. Those are bombs. They are bad for Kobold. Oh. I forgot. The third. Oh, bomb. I got bombed. That was precise. Nexus is a really cute wyvern. Yes! 200%. Kobo agree. But bombs are fun? And bomb is so much fun though. I heckin' love bombs. Just couple things. Bombs are great. Explosions are great. And Simba bomb. Do I get one? Do I get one? I want bomb. Bomb good. Oh. Count Ariel. We're gonna fight Count Ariel. Please, have a seat. I've been expecting you. You have done well to escape the dungeons. I know why you're here, Sprout. You're here to be my best friend in the whole wide world, aren't you? I'm flattered, and I accept your proposition. As it happens, that position has not been filled in ever. Why are you so lonely? That is why you're here, isn't it? No, I cannot lie, no. But I don't want to hurt his feelings. I'm sorry, that's not why I'm here. Of course. How could I be so stupid? You just want to know where the princess is, so you know my true purpose. And King Sugar Daddy. King Sugar Daddy. You don't care about me? Well, I'll tell you where they are, if you can defeat me. But if I win, you will be my friend. And we will laugh and have a good time. That sounds like a... That doesn't sound too bad though, to be honest. And we will watch every episode of the Gilmore Girls. What is that? Twice? What is Gilmore Girls? Rory and Jess forever? What? Prepare to dance, bro. Okay. Mode 7. Alright, let me just... I'm gonna take a nap for a little bit. Okay. Oh, I'm awake. Wait. It's like we're dancing. Left, right, left, duck, left, right, left, duck, right, left, right, duck. Oh. Oh, oops. You slapped me. I love how it becomes minor here. It's so cool. It's subtle changes. You know what I feel like? Most rhythm game, right? Most rhythm game always have the singer, but I don't know his name. You know, the singer, the shopkeeper in Crypt of the Necrodancer? It was Freddy something? Freddy Shopkeeper? Maybe not, but it's a very important character. It's a very important singing as well. Want to know how Sprout became King Brock's trusted knight? Do you want an extra challenge? Go check it out. More is more. You unlock your first bonus level. Unlock them all by collecting more stars. Hey, we unlock bonus level. Right, we won against Count Arela. Now we are going in jungle. Jungle. Yeah, you're stronger than you look. I mean, curses! Foiled again! And those dance moves. Not bad. Count Arel is possibly my favorite theme in this game that I know of. Very jammin'. Okay, you got me. I'll tell you where Princess Coneflower is like I promised. You better listen very carefully now because I'm only going to say this once. Are you ready? I've heard some nasty rumors about your attention span. So I want to make sure you get this. Hey, fair enough. I have no attention span. If you explain a long thing to me, I will not be listening to you. Okay, here goes. The princess. And we're talking about Princess Cauliflower here, right? Just making sure. The princess is... I don't actually know where the princess is. Ah, forget about I have that, huh? I actually have the thing on one button. I forgot. I actually forgot I had that. Oh. I saw her like a month ago, but she was just passing by. She hates me. And when it comes to King Sugar Daddy, I guess he's kind of a menace around here, huh? I've never seen him though. Oh, but you know what? Those cupcakes in the mansion are probably in his gang. I don't know. I just let them stay here. Listen, Sprout. You may have defeated me, but this isn't the last you've seen Count Arel. That? Oh no. You will never take me alive, mortal. Bye-bye. Oh my god, Sprout. What's this? Oh, whoa. Oh my god, Sprout. What are you doing? Wee. I knew it. You do want to be my best friends in the whole wide world. Well, sucks to be you, cause I'm getting out of here. See you never, doofus. What? Oh my... Okay. Why is there a phone here? Guess who? Come on, guess. King? You're no fun. Come on, I'll give you a hint. It's not King Brock. Clever, huh? But seriously, it's King Brock. How are you? You doing good? Actually, yeah. That's because you're... Thanks, King Brock. That's because you're slacking off. Okay. As usual. But anyway, remember when I said I could predict the future? I wasn't kidding. I'm actually having a vision as we speak. Yes, I can see it clearly now. I hope you've packed a bikini or something because the future is hot. And I'm also getting something about some magic beans, but that's not until later. Forget I said anything. Actually, this conversation never happened. Hey, would you think of the time? Speaking of time, I don't have it. Especially not for you. Bye. God damn it, King. Jungle, 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 jungle. We have Jax though? In a way, Sprout is dancing, right? Based off of my button presses. Look at Sprout just moving. Oh. The Nice. See, that was a bit of an unorthodox beat in the middle of the stage right there just now. The that part. I think it's not so weird that it makes the music weird. That's why I love about this game. They know it's a rhythm game, but they cannot make it too weird. You know, sometimes games overdo it. Like they want the music to be challenging, but because they overdone it, that the music sounds so weird. It's like it's non-glitchcore. You know what I mean? So it's like the music became weird just for the sake of difficulty in game. And I think this game does it. Like, they're really well balanced, you know, they're really balanced. Unorthodox timing, but doesn't mess up the rhythm. That doesn't make the music weird just for the sake of difficulty. I think they nailed it. It's so good. Like, it is this stage, and I was like, okay, this game means business. They know what they're doing, and it's so good. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna enjoy this game so much. Immediately I finish everything. It's so good. Fruitopia. Hi, Apple. Hi, Babbles. Welcome to Fruitopia, visitor. It's the sweetest place in the vegetable kingdom. And don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Yep. It's my absolute pleasure to be able to greet new people like yourself to our humble little paradise. You seem nice. Here's a little welcome gift for you. What am I gonna get? Got cute soft drink. Cute soft drink. Hi, Becky. Oh yeah, I saw you were working on an emo. You finished it? Yeah, damage. Damage. Food. Hi, Becky. Beep. 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 I lurk but have a good stream. Thank you, Brecky. Have good lurk. Always appreciate lurk. Has the day been good so far? Yeah, actually, yeah. That's awesome. I'm happy for you. You're great. Let me show you around. There's so much sweet stuff in Fruitopia. You'll love it. Let's go, friend. This is so forced. So, what can you do in Fruitopia, you ask? Here's an idea. You can take a dip in this juicy jacuzzis. Jacuzzis? I don't know what that is. Very refreshing. And good for you. Okay. Oh my god, it's tennis. Why is it slanted? You can play several sports. Exercise is important. True. Or you can chill out in the sun by the beach. Sounds good. A vitamin D deficiency is no fun. It is not. Sun's important. And now that you've seen a little bit of what this lovely little town has to offer, let me give you a little history lesson. Check out this cool orange juice fountain. Ooh. And 7 oranges squeezed real hard for many years ago for this to become a reality. What a beautiful sacrifice. I'm scared. As you can see, Fruitopia is obviously the best place in the world. Don't you agree? Hey, I don't know. I cannot say for sure since I've only been here once and I haven't been to the whole world yet. Respectfully, no. What? Everyone is entitled to your opinion, I guess. Thanks for respecting. Oh, what am I saying? Fruitopia is the best. We have a lot of fun. I bet you will too. Everyone is happy. All the time. It's great. I'm sure it is. Oh my god, that's spooky. Look too hot for Dirk? All Dirks are hot. I love all Dirks. Oh no. He has begun. What the fuck is going on? What has begun? The babbles? Oh my god, look at Babbles there. Look at Babbles, just so... It's not angry, it's just disappointed face, that one. Wake up! Wake up! And this stage is where it teach you to the fast presses. I like it. Next, they're just done. They're so done. Eat my baseball bat. Oops. Miscalculated. It happens. It's so clever. So clever. Nice. And it is also after this stage, like right after this stage, I was like, okay, this game is not afraid to throw a difficulty spike, or like, because in some rhythm games, they want to be casual friendly, you know, and I get that. So some rhythm games want to be casual friendly, and they make the game just a tad bit too easy, and it's just like. It's like all the stage, even the last stage or the late game stages are like super easy. So some of the games suffer from that, but I respect the decision still. You know, at least I enjoy rhythm games. I really do. But this game is not afraid to throw some hard shit at you. They are not afraid. It is after the stage I feel like, yeah, they will definitely do it. That spoilers, they did, and it was fun. How did you do that? You're awesome. What? No, I don't think I am awesome. What? I press buttons. Wow, so much for your paradise, huh, Babbles? Sorry about that. Yeah, he's so done. Babbles is so done. You can't just say that, Babbles. Please tell me that's just a cutscene. Yeah. Pearson? Who are you? Oh, did you just change your appearance, I guess? Is there a sprout here? Yeah. That's you, I guess. Yeah. Follow me. Yeah. Someone wants to talk to you. Okay. Hey, dude. Yo, chill. Hear me out, man. I have something super important to tell you. Uh-huh. I am the informant King Brock told you about. A double agent, if you will. I'm sneaky like that. I guess you can be kind of sneaky in a way, you know? You could hide your appearance as a house. Sure. Don't tell anyone though. So don't be bad at me for all of this distraction. You sent all the gingerbread to the paradise? I'm just caught in the middle of this. Innocence is my middle name, but Innocence is my middle name, dude. Dude. So listen, bro. There's a portal inside of me that can transport you to the Candy Kingdom. That's how the gingerbreads were able to ambush Fruitopia so easily. And also, there's this super secret treasure chest with some sick gear in there. For real, bro. Now come on. Jump right into my mouth, little dude. It's gonna be great. I promise. Avenge the fruit people. Or something. So, I don't trust. Hehe. Oh yeah, I love this stage. This stage is great. I don't know if there's like a software that can track what button I press and then just show you guys what I'm pressing. But I don't need to. Because this is skill. Oh, pets! Thank you, numbers. One-third. I love the change. Oops. So tight. So tight. The bomb towers are together. I love the change in the middle of the stage though. Like you have the simple 1, 2, 3, 4, and then suddenly becomes like a waltz rhythm. A third. 1/3 beat. I love changes like that. It's so cool. Wow, Stinky. Thanks for pet. I like pet. Oh, and remember the stage. Yip. 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 What a cake. What a cake. Cake. I know that. News travels fast, Sprout. I heard from a very reliable source that you've just entered the Candy Kingdom. That source being my magical psychic powers. Hehe. You don't hehe me. Okay, fine. I planted a small camera on you before you left Broccoli Castle. That's how I've been following your movements so easily. King, I cannot believe you did this to me. Yeah, I know. Privacy, yana. You should know better, King. Goddamn. Get over it. By the way, you should stop picking your nose when nobody's looking. It's gross. Also, that informant of ours is super sketchy. I bet he was actually trying to eat you. Good thing it tastes like boogers, huh? Oh my god. This is King Brock, by the way. Yeah, I know. Hold on, I'm getting something. I think it's another vision. Uh-huh. Oh no. It's gone. I got nothing. It can happen to the best of us. Looks like you have to find the way yourself. You must be completely lost without my guidance to help you out. All alone, in a strange world. Poor Sprout. If only there was some kind of hint to where you should be heading right now. Thanks. Don't hang up just yet. I'm bored. Ah. Oh, Get over yourself. You just happen to be the only person I can talk to right now. Hi, Dino Falls. Do scaries owl? I never seen that before, but I'm not gonna discriminate. Hi, Dino Falls. Welcome. Boop holler, boop. If anyone else was available, I would pick them instead of you, you know. I have no particular affection for you. Nope. Because you're a big smelly dum-dum. Actually, what am I even doing talking to you? I have more important things to do. Those grapes don't need themselves. Go save my kingdom. Okay. Weird king, huh? And find my daughter. Do we call this king Tsundere? Yeah, this stage. After finishing this stage, I'll give you my thought. I mean, on all stages, I think. I'll just give it a bit of my thought. Hmm? To me, this part is such a missed opportunity. It could have been something cooler. In terms of note placement, I feel like it could be better notes than just follow the beat. There's such a long build up too. Why is there an extra press every time? Yeah, it's like, it's a bit of a missed opportunity on this stage, honestly. The stage looks like a Sonic stage, you know what I mean? Chemical Factory or something like that. And then I was like, oh, is this gonna be like a Sonic reference? So are we gonna go fast? The music sure implies that it's gonna go fast, right? It kinda did, with all the build-up and everything. You know, like the build-up and then to the beat drop. I thought the beat drop is gonna be like a crazy sequence of notes, but they just left it empty. And then it became like a 1-2-1-2 beat. It's like, no! Could have been so much better. Such a missed opportunity this stage, but what can I say? I'm not a developer. It's just how I personally feel about this stage. A little bit sad, really. If someone is a dragon, they're a scaly, right? But what if that dragon has fluff and scales deep under fluff? I have fluff and I'm a scaly. Look at that. I have fluff. Hey, fluff. Fluff, good. If they're a dragon, they're scaly. If they have fluff, that's good compliment. That is good. I love fluffy dragons too. To me personally, any dragon is a scaly by default, because dragon. Also, I'm gonna take a small break. Well, the small break being when the cold brew hits. You know what I mean? When the cold brew hits. No, not Chinese. Son. I'm gonna go for a small break real quick. I'll be right back. Give me a few minutes, or actually give me some time, right? In the meantime, you can listen to this. Listen to this wonderful music. It's probably gonna loop a lot, but I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Yip yip. Yark.
Yep, yep.
I'm back. Sorry that it took a while. เขียนอันนี้ We good. I'm good. Let's continue playing. Oh, it's a boss fight. I forgot. Right. I was like, I feel like I've seen this before. I mean, of course I've seen this before. Intruder alert. The chosen onion detected. Oh wait, activating defense system. Releasing poison gas. Oh my god. The floor is now lava. Opening portal to the underworld, sending 3,000 of bloodthirsty demons. Goddamn. JK lol. Defense system ready. Defense system. Fight mode activated. JK lol. Burp? Is that burp? I mean, there's always bird flying outside that's making a lot of like chirping noises. Wow. Nice. Nice. I find it interesting how the main character still falls asleep before every fight. I think that's just Sprout behavior. Here's the wrong button. Oops. Playing with controller feels a little bit weird. It has like extra input sometimes. Hi Alex. The new cat. Oh, Lydia. Did Lydia drop? Nice. I think it has to be Lydia's trailer. I want to take a look. Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. This is a really nice boss fight. I personally like that a lot. It's nice. I checked it on your Discord. Okay. Let me look see, yeah. Oh, Lydia does look very Lydia, yeah. I feel like they're preparing Lydia for like Tekken 8, so they released Lydia in Tekken 7 as like a test. Oh my god, the boop! I missed it. It's the boop, right? Oh, the boop is too far. And this one is also here. Nice. Thankful boop. Here, let's watch it together. I want to look at Lydia. Lydia Sobieska. Hi, Malicious Magpie. MEP? EP good. EP good. Here, I have this. Let me mute the game first. I'm gonna make it loud. And I'm gonna make it play in 1080p. Hopefully my PC don't die from this. Right, Lydia. I mean, Lydia... She had stance rushdown character. Like you always... A stance mix character. I like Lydia. As the character, I love Lydia. I always love like a strong woman character. Always strikes me as like, so good. Right, Lydia. I'm gonna put it slightly louder. Or like super loud. Yeah, good enough. Lydia. Lydia. Oh, the poolside... Oh, the beach stage is back? Oh. Oh, Lydia is cool.
Get ready for the next battle.
The warrior prime minister.
8. New challenger.
Bądźmy dumni z tej walki.
Lydia Sobieska.
Damn. Stan's character? Yep. Oh! Hell sweep cancel? Oh my god, what the fuck is that?
Ty też. Zaczynajmy.
Oh, that's cool. Oh. No parry? I think that's a right punch parry. And that is like the stance parry.
Tylko tchórze tak robią.
Yeah. So many stances? You can parry in stance? What the fuck? I need a deep analysis of this. Big 3, 4, and +2 is still here. Combos. Oh, new string. That's a ender? That's insane looking. Polan. Oh, she's so cool in this game. Us. Polan. I'm a Lydia main. Yeah, a lot of parry. She has a lot more parries now, and it looks like some of the parry only happens in heat during stance. So it's something like, no, I think she's the first character to have like exclusive heat parries. Like I don't think the stance has parry when she's not in heat. Here, let's do a little bit of a look at here. She looks so cool though. God damn. That's a cool shot right there.
Get ready for the next
And then the
battle.
music.
Tekken 8.
I'm a Lydia main now. No, for real, I'm gonna play Lydia. Like probably after this Devil Jin shenanigans, and then I'll play a lot of Lydia, I feel like. I don't know if it's gonna be dumb fuck busted. Doesn't look like she is. She looks like more of a counter character. It's not defensive character. It's not like Asuka counter, but it's more like I shut down your offense by going all in kind of feel. Here, let's take a look.
New challenger.
I mean, I recognize some of the moves in Tekken 7.
Bądźmy dumni z tej walki.
Lydia Sobieska.
Such a good intro. Duck. That looks like a hop kick. Is it a hop kick? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna open up a music. Let's open a Tekken 8 music real quick. Let's do a little bit of a dive here. I couldn't wait to play Lydia. I want. Nice. Okay, and then we mute this. Let this play in 0.5. So that we can keep repeating and look at it. It's a bit like Marisa counter, I guess. Marisa, I think it's more of a armor, I feel like. Armor through a move and then do a move after. It's not essentially that you hit Marisa in the stance and then Marisa hit you back immediately. I don't think it is. Maybe not. Duck the string. It looks like a hop kick. She has a really strong hop kick in Tekken 7, but did they change it? Looks like force crouched on hit. No, it's not. They just didn't block. 1-2-2 is still here. Into stance. Into hell sweep. Okay. Punish? Not punish. Wait, is that a motherfucking instant while running 2? No, I think it's 4-4-2. It could be 4-4-2. It must be 4-4-2. Instant while running 2 is insane. So 4-4-2 into stance, into 3, yeah. Still the same thing, 4-4-1 plus 2, still here. This stance right here, I think the stance is on some string, hold back. Low crushes. I think it's more low crush now, I feel like. I mean, it's very obvious from, like... Oh god, my PC's like, I cannot do frame by frame. Yeah, it is from something else. Lydia do the back jump. Hi, low crush, very nice. Looks like a 3+4. Stance mix into another stance. The fuck. Let's see. 3+4. Stance. Yeah, I recognize the stance. Into 1+2. Into stance. Into 2. Oh my god. Factory. Hell sweep cancel into stance. More stance. Into low mid. The fuck is going on with Lydia? So I know Lydia is like very confusing to play for me at first because Lydia relies on like stance cancels and shit. But this is a lot. I don't think it's easy to play Lydia. Like you have to understand what stance goes into what stance. That is why I was struggling in Tekken 7 with Lydia as well. But I don't know. We'll see. This is a cool intro. I like it. I can see that you're no pushover. And neither are you. Let's begin. Straight to the point. I like it. 1, 2, 3. That is a right punch parry, I feel like. Is it a light punch? Is it a right punch parry? What are you doing? Here. Because I know Lydia has like a very specific light punch parry. Are you doing that? That's a lot of frames here. I mean, it's very impactful. I cannot tell from this one. It looks like a right punch parry. It's not parry parry. I don't think it's a low. It's an auto low parry stance. It's not like Negan, or it's not like Leroy. I don't think it is. It's like a right punch specific 4-3 Oki. This basic parry into blue spark 1-1. Rustling 4-2 stance 3. Is that kick parry? Then there's like a kick parry. Yeah. Okay, so she still has like moves a limb specific parry. Heat smash. It's a cool ass heat smash. Night stage, I like it. I like the night stage. The spin. Is it 1+2, 1+2 into stance? Charge? String? Looks like down 3, 1, 2. Disrespect? Looks like a heat specific move, that one. It's so confusing, I don't even know what's going on. From here into stance, looks like a heat specific thing, into another stance, into 2-2. We're running 1, there it is, into stance, 1+2, guard break. Stance, stance. Yeah, stance parry. Is there a different... Wait. No, that's fucked up. Wait, that is fucked up. So you can parry in this stance, you switch into armor. Into a launching armor. Stance, stance 2. Down for 4-1 it looks like. Back 3, 4, 1+2 is still here. Don't know what that move is, but it's a hit engager. And then the B&B. That's a new screw move. That is an insane combo ender, this one. So good. Looks like a while running knee. Bolan. What's with the blank background though? I guess it's for the words. I don't understand the word, but it's cool as fuck. Maybe they can change the background to not be blank, I feel like. Or maybe it's the color. Oh, it's the color of her outfit! Of course. Her outfit color. That makes a lot of sense. She's cool. Even after the deep dive, I feel like only one heat specific parry. The heat, this stance. That stance. That one can parry. I don't know about the other one, but hey, she's coming out soon. And then we can go to ranked and beat the shit out of everyone because no one knows what the matchup is like. The power of new character. We love that. Yeah, Lydia is nice. I honestly already love Lydia in Tekken 7, but in Tekken 7 Lydia is just way too strong as well. Final form with all those karate classes you took in middle school. Okay, that's the dive of Tekken Lydia Sobieska. Let's close this one, and then let's open up Raiden Sprout. Doop. Nice. Now I want to play. Now I want to play Tekken 8 again. Malfunction detected. Scanning. Scanning. Scan failed. Initiating debugging sequence. Debugging protocol not found. Warning. Warning. Oh god, it hurt. What the fuck? Make it stop. Yo, that's dark. But the fart though. Well, this part scared me a little bit because it's like, why did the robot have sentience? Scary. The oh god, make it stop scares me. Anyway, Candy Lane. It's not dark at all, this game. It's not. It's not. Hey. Oh hey, look, Sprout is not sleeping anymore. Oh. I'm coming. Oh. Oh yeah, I forgot. I just killed him. I'm playing Doom Eternal. Here comes Sprout. Oh god. They're just killing everyone now. There was a Sprout speedrun. I still almost got full star on score? Sprout's a menace. Oh, I know this stage. Oh, this stage is fun. Candy Lane. Why? Chalk. You killed my family. All of my friends. I'm never gonna forgive you. Oh god, I'm gonna be sick. Hey, Chalk, where's every... Oh. No! You monster! Why are you killing us? Are you enjoying this? Oh shit, am I? I am enjoying this game, but I'm not enjoying the... I'm not enjoying what Sprout is doing right now. I would say no. No. No? I see. It's maybe not. Please don't forgive me. Don't forgive what Sprout did. I respect your feelings as a fellow person. Really? You must have had very good reasons to violently murder everyone I ever loved. I never really liked coppers anyway. Now get it over with. Put me out of my misery. I don't care anymore. Oh, you know what? While you're at it, why don't you go kill King Sugar Daddy too? He's right over there in that tower. Oh. I'm sure it'd be easy peasy for you to jog on over there and take care of business. That sure sounds like something you would do. Thanks. Anyway, I've accepted my fate. Do it. I'm ready. Bye bye. Sprout's not gonna do it. I'm alive. It's so dark. What happens now? Chalk lost all semblance of a normal life after the tragic Candy Lane incident. They already have a name for this incident. The memories of that fateful day would haunt him for a long time as he traveled the lands, trying to find new purpose. Oh my god. Love a bit of a side story, but it's so dark. It's so dark. I want to use the elevator. Hi. Can I use? They can't. There's the extra input again. Yeah, extra input. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Yeah, it's a thing. I forgot. Did I ever do that? I don't remember though. I don't think I pressed it as well. Oh, hi. Alright, bye-bye. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Got him. Ow. My tail. Yeah, it's a fun little stage, I feel like, this one. I still almost got 3 stars though. Hi, Cheesecake. Yeah, boy, how you doing? Yeah, I'm surprised I went in that direction as well. I was like, that's a little dark. I think it's only that part that's like quite dark only. Tail. Oh hey, look, it's Sunday. Daddy Elevator, Daddy Club. Oh, we're now in Daddy Club. I hope you're doing good, Cheesecake. Hi. Hey, you here for the party? Let me check the guest list. You're not on it. You shall not pass. You ain't getting in, pal. Okay, I guess I'm not. Hey, have you watched Peter Jackson's masterpiece film trilogy, The Lord of the Rings? Cannot say that I have. I never really watched it. No, I haven't watched it ever. What? Really? It's like one of the greatest film series of all time. That's too bad. You should watch the first 30 minutes of Fellowship of the Ring at least. Is that real? I think you will like it. No, but seriously. The first part of the movie is so sick. Gandalf comes back to the Shire. Bilbo has his 111th birthday? Are you spoilers? The Pippin and Merry set things on fire. Good vibes all around. And the coziest music of all time. I can actually hear it in my head right now. I'm bound to say chill. I love those hobbits. They bow to no one, man. Hey, you know what? You're alright. I'll let you in. On one condition. Next time I see you, you better have watched the Fellowship of the Ring, you hear? No promises. We're gonna have an extensive, in-depth discussion. Sweet. Thanks. Get in, pal. Keep in touch, man. Oh, that's the chillest dude ever. Oh my god. I actually love the interaction. I love it so much. Alright, here we go. Now we're clubbing. My personal favorite stage is here. The music, I mean. Kinda reminds me of Audition C or Audition Online. Oh, there's a pass that I can do. So good. Shit, first try, let's do it. Let's go. Maybe using control is not as hard as I thought. Oops. I think I get the 3K. The music's actually bumping. Still got it. Actually so good. Kobo Borobo, hi Jade. Borobo Bing, how you doing? How is Jade? I wanna play the stage again. Just to listen to the music. Okay, just one more time. But let's try turbo. I might die a few times here, but we'll see. This stage is like legit. The music is so good. Here we go. It should be a lot faster. Need focus. Ready? Oh, it doesn't work. Okay. Extra input. Don't know where it came from. This one is the one I'm afraid the most. Yeah, that's why. And the extra inputs. Yeah, book Jade. Still good. Ah, man, I think the most I can do is 2700. Yeah, using controller is way easier somehow. What the fuck? I thought controller is gonna be way harder. I can alternate between buttons a lot easier. And it's not confusing because my fingers are fixed at like a place. Yeah, controller is somehow a lot easier than I thought. I thought controller is gonna be way harder. Alright, that was fun. King Sugar Daddy. 10 stars, by the way. Shit. 10 motherfucking difficulty. Here we go. We. Hi. You're not on the guest list. Prepare to pay the price. Come at me, bro.
Nice.
Nice. This is the first time I saw this. Like, fuck, I should have expected this. Borbo is groomed-ish? I think that's still good to know, yeah. Not gonna lie, this game slaps. This is the first time seeing this. This game absolutely slaps. I think I saw Dan playing for a little bit yesterday. I was like, I need to get this game. And haven't regretted it since. It's so good. How was the co-boarding yesterday? Oh, you mean the Cobalt Care session? Was really good. We had lots of fun, and we made. I think we made like the huge egg in that session. Very fun. Now I need to get this game. Yeah, go get a cheesecake. Look away. I'm hideous. You're showing your butt. TOS. How embarrassing. Anyways, I know why you're here. I surrender. You have to feed me. I have seen what happens to those who cross you. But first, here's my backstory. Can you not? Why are you like this? Oh, it's his stream now. Alright, bye-bye. This story goes all the way back to my childhood, when I was a smaller, younger bean. This is so jank. I was born into a regular family of beans. My father, Sugar Daddy... What's SR? Was a very important and busy bean, so he rarely had time for me. My mother, Sugar Mama, was a very important and busy bean, so she rarely had time for me. My brothers and sisters, they were very important and busy beans. I think you get the idea. Point is, I was a lonely boy. None of the other beans wanted to play with me either. All because I was different. So one day I decided I had enough. Can you even say that? Anyways, I had enough. Being society wasn't where I belonged, so I left. On a grand journey, I had to find a purpose. Are you actually gonna explain all your backstory here? How many combos were violated? A lot, a heck lot, to be honest. A lot. This game certainly has interesting choices. Yeah, it's quite unique in the way of like presenting stories and stuff. I never seen this before. Certainly is interesting. I had to find a purpose. I had to find myself. So I packed a small bag filled with just the essentials. Some bread, water, and a sleeping bag. And ventured out deep into the wilderness. It was super scary. It was really dark. And there were big and scary monsters everywhere. Like tigers and dragons? God damn, I'm fucking jealous. Fuck. I want dragons to fight. I mean... Yeah, I want dragons. Oh, good. Okay, I admit it. I'm sugarcoating it a bit. Excuse me, sir. I want you to give me an essay presentation of your life story. And here comes Sugar Daddy. Literally, that's their name. That's his name right here, Sugar Daddy. It was some bushes behind my house. But I was gone for several minutes. And nobody noticed. Can you imagine? I was so furious that I went further and further away from the house. And suddenly, I was in uncharted territory. The woods had bested me. I was lost for like weeks. I'm not even exaggerating. I won't bore you with details, but it was traumatic to say the least. But then something happened. I came across an abandoned factory. Remember when I said I was different from the other beans? That's important for this next part of the story. Is there more? Anyways, I came across an abandoned candy factory. And I had a brilliant idea. What if And hear me out here. What if, instead of making friends in Beanville, friends who would never accept me for who I was, what if I could make friends? So that's what Candy Mama is. So I rolled up my sleeves and got to work. Next thing I knew, I was surrounded by a bunch of candy people who just looked just like me. Oh, that explains the lips and everything. They even saw me as their king. It felt good, man. But you may be asking yourself, where does Princess Cauliflower fit into this story? Uh-huh. It's obvious, really. It's not. She's the mastermind behind this whole thing. I don't trust you. I'm telling you, she's one bad apple, that cauliflower. Oh, Kobo, have you been playing Wuthering Waves? I don't think I have. What game is it? Does it have the lag on? So, here's what happened. She accidentally stumbled into the factory one day while I was cleaning Candy Mama. She told me how she was being neglected at home, how nobody noticed her, how her evil tyrant father was a big jerk. Then we talked all night and bonded like so hard. So we hatched a plan on how we would get the attention of everyone. She suggested we should take over Vegetable Kingdom. You know, since I basically had an army at my disposal. I was against it, of course, but she made me. Were you? Okay, she didn't make me, but I was super unsure of this whole situation. The struggle was real. But then we started our conquest of the Vegetable Kingdom. Things went pretty smoothly. Then she just left without saying a word. Oh, finally. You're done. Are you? What? Yes, that's the end of that story. Huh? I don't know what to tell you, man. She didn't want to hang around here, I guess. Anyways, did you get all that? No? What if I say no? I mean, I did read everything, but just what if I say no? It's another MiHoYo project. Although launched under another company's name, the fighting is really good. It's a fighting game. MiHoYo is Genshin Impact, right? No? Wonderful. I love this story. Here we go again. Are you actually gonna... Whoops! Be very interested... Oh no. Oh no, stop. 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 Shut the fuck up. No, shut the fuck up. Oh, it's still gacha. Oh. Oh. Where was I? I completely forgot. Anyways, did you get all that? Wonderful. I love this story. Here we go. I regret my decisions and my deed. Get me out of here. But if you look at Genshin's fighting, it's a slog and a half. Fights in Wuthering Waves usually don't last more than a minute or so. Oh, it's getting short. It's completely so short. I completely forgot when I was going with this. But enough of that. Listen, Sprout. Now that I've told you my tragic backstory, I finally see the errors of my ways. It was wrong of me to help Princess Cauliflower in the conquest of Vegetable Kingdom. I had no consideration of how others might feel. I was young and foolish. But I am a changed man now. Forgive me. Let me make it up to you. I can help you to get Princess Cauliflower. I think she's become a famous pop star or something since I last saw her. I got you covered, man. It's time for me to redeem myself. Oh, it's actually combo based. Fights usually don't last more than a minute or so. That's cool. Cute Kobo. Wee. Cute Astro. Hello. Welcome. Oh my god, look at that pet. Oh my god, look at the pet though. Hope you're doing good, Astro. What the me? Damn, where'd you get that, Sprout? Oh. Are you like a giant beanstalk? I don't know, what was that? Alright, we're in Cloud Highway now, I guess. Sugar Daddy? Yeah, that's the name, Sugar Daddy. Hi, Roland. If only, right? If only. How is there a fucking payphone here? Hello. I know the people in charge of installing these phone booths work really fast. I heard you dealt with King Sugar Daddy. What a loser. Good work. I'm proud of you. Against all odds, you managed to defeat the evil menace that was plaguing the realm. Believe it or not, but I consider you as a friend, bro. Oh, are you gonna confess? My only friend. It's lonely being king. Everyone treats you differently, you know? A lot of people are nice to me because of my status. It's hard to know when people are being sincere, but you're not like that, Sprout. I cherish every moment we spent together. Are you sure, Brock? Wasn't I a smelly dum-dum according to you? Do you... Oh. What, I get to choose? Why would I love King Brock? I'm just a Sprout. Now that sound evil? King Sugar Daddy? I don't know. There is no love. Hi, Dragneel. But King Brock is not even dragon though. Nah. I see. Fair enough. Uh-huh. Hey, it's Brock. What do you mean we just spoke? That wasn't me. Someone obviously prank called you. I mean, who wouldn't want to be me? I'm a beautiful man. Much better looking than you, at least. But that's not saying much, is it? Whoa, lost memory act. And you smell like poo-poo. Yeah, take that, you nerd. Now go finish the side quest I gave you. Go find the princess. Dead or alive? Damn. Your daughter? Oh. Preferably alive, not that I think about it. Yeah, good choice of words there, alright? Oh. Oh, what the fuck am I looking at? I actually don't remember this part. Yes, but you're not a kobold in this game. But I'm a kobold still. Look at me. I'm a kobold. With fluff. That's purple. With horns. Yeah. Hey man. I'm a part of this tree now. Pretty cool. It's Sugar Daddy, by the way. Yeah, I dropped the king in my name. Doesn't really suit me anymore. Anyway, how have you been in this past few minutes? Good? Good. It seems like forever ago that you showed me the error of my ways and I sacrificed myself for your cause. Woo! Good times, man. Oh! Why? Listen, I forgot to tell you a very important part of my backstory. I don't remember quite what it was exactly though. You see, I was traveling the lonesome road with my trusty backpack, filled with just the essentials, some bread, water, and a sleeping bag. Oh my god! Hey, would you look at that? Isn't the story I told you last time? Whoops! Oh my god, shut the fuck up, Sugar Daddy! Holy shit! Anyway, as I was saying, what was I saying? Good choice, Brown. Good choice. Good choice, Brown. Good choice. Oh, do you know Kobold originally is dog like goblin? Is that why the Chinese translation for kobolds are Gotoren? Literally dog head people. Maybe that's why. I actually don't know kobolds were originally dog like goblin. 人头狗. Huh. Such a jam. Oops. Several button. Nice. Yeah, this game's music is actually such a bop. Other normie, why is that dude walk so weird? It doesn't walk weird, it works. That's power walking. Or that notes are kinda nasty. Yeah, they can get very nasty in this game. But I was surprised I just one-shot everything yesterday, so I'm glad. I got the skills. A little bit of skills. Cauliflower Kingdom! I absolutely love the music in this game. Oh, sorry. Give me a second. I'm gonna try to reopen. I'm gonna reopen VC Face real quick. Sorry, yeah. Wait up. That's on my end. Just gonna change this one here. There we go. Hold it right there, scum. Scum. Oh my god, it's so loud. Oh, it's a loudspeaker, that makes sense. Nobody sneaks into the K-Flow concert on my watch. You have trespassed into your worst nightmare. I like that. By the royal decree of Her Excellency, the Princess of the Cotton Candy Kingdom, you have been sentenced to death. My highly trained gang of marshmallows shall now apprehend you. Stand still and let them take you in. Please. It's so loud. I will be here directing the squad at a safe distance. Then we can present you to Her Highness, and she will love me at last. He's not responding. Can you even hear me from here? Hey! Can you hear me from there? No. Okay, I was... No. I was saying it again. Hold it right there, scum! You have trespassed into your word. Wait. Are you making fun of me? You shall pay for this. It's time to take out the trash. Men at the ready. Prepare to die, scum. Yo, the marshmallows are menacing. Why do they look like... Why do they look like King Sugar Daddy? Why? Alright, wakey wakey. Ah. Wee. Hmm? Why? I think there's like always extra inputs. It's such a bop. Nice. Hi. Got him. Why now looks like those funny phone game ad, does it? Not to me at least. Phone game ads looks way worse than this. there's not a single original content in those phone game ads. It's embarrassing. Cauliflower Tower. So it's 8 stars. Shit. Existence. It's Salo. Hi, Salo. Kobo, friend, Kobo, friend. Please do not hurt me. I just got this mustache trim yesterday. Come on, we're both handsome young men. There's no need for this senseless violence. You could let me go. I was just performing my duties. Yeah, but because you're performing your duties, I need you to die. I could be of assistance to you. What do you require? Money? Status? A complete box set of a Gilmore Girls season 1 to 8 on Blu-ray? I mean, Count Arel would like that. Anything you want, my lord? No? You wish to see Princess Cauliflower? No problem. She just started her concert a couple minutes ago. I will take you there. If you hurry, you might even get there for a hit single. You just don't understand how I feel. It's so emo. Oh, my favorite track from her previous album, Pink Hair Don't Care. Come on, you handsome devil, you. Handsome devil? Your mouth face? Mouth face? If I show you the way, do you promise not to hurt me? Oh, no promises. You did try to kill me. And then you called me scum twice because I said that I cannot hear you, though. Ooh. You know, as a rule, as a kobold rule, those who disrespect the kobold, kill. Do you promise not to hurt me? No promises. You're joking, of course. I'm not, right? I'm not, though. No. Why are you looking at me like that? Yikes. Yikes. Please follow me. What does that even mean? Hope you're doing good, Salo. Is Salo EP? Is Salo EP Kobold? Alright, let's play. Extra input. Oh my god, that was tight. Oh. Nice, we got him. Doing good. I am a bit EP though, just a bit. It's glad to hear Salo doing good. Cobalt EP? Time to see the Cobalt and tuck them in. Hey, tuck me in. Jamming? Yeah, this game is really good music. Super nice, super nice. Black tracksuit. Oh hey, look, it's the one and only Princess whatever flower it is. Found her. That's kinda sad. Why is it all fake audience? Princess? Princess? Hello? Who is this disgusting creature that's interrupting my concern? It's me, Princess. Henry Michael George. Your humble servant. Oh, yeah. Right. Who's the other guy? He looks like a big dum-dum. It's the Chosen Onion, Your Grace. The one who defeated King Sugar Daddy. He who brings misfortune and death wherever he goes. Wow. Sent by the evil tyrant who also happens to be your father, King Brock. I brought him to you. That reminds me, I gotta get some mustache going. Can I have my fingies get all stiff on you? Mustache? Mustache is good. I only play for a little bit, but Mustache is fun. I love Freedom Game. Never heard of him. Never heard of him. Princess? The Chosen Onion. He who threatens all our way of life. The man behind the Candy Lane incident, remember? Oh shit, that's a thing. I forgot. Her Excellency has an audience to entertain. George Michael, put the garbage where it belongs so I can continue slaying on stage. It'll be my pleasure, Your Highness. And also, it's Henry Michael George. You shall suffer for your crimes against the Cotton Candy Kingdom, scum! You deserve that. What? I just discovered that you can change the brightness of the background. Makes it easier to read notes. Oh, yeah. I do that all the time in Osu. It's great. Good, now put it on 0%. Also helps. Yeah. If you want to like fully focus, then 0% is the way to go. It is the way to go. But I don't really put 0% because I don't know. I don't like pitch black background. I see this lame onion guy wants to upstage me. I've only one thing to say to that. Here. As if, butt face. Butt face. Butt face. Alright, let me just sleep for a little bit. Don't worry about it. She's just jamming behind. And then I'm just like, oh, sleep. Sleep good. Hey. Damn. Jax? Jax? Ooh. Nice. Got him. Why is it just the mic getting big? Are we finding the mic? I don't like jacks. It's hard. It hurts my hand. Jacks on control is hard. Oh. Lazy bee? Yo, nice. Nice. Oh. You know, honestly, I was a little bit disappointed yesterday when I played this. I was like, "Oh, is there more? Is there more? Like, no, fuck, that's it? Man, that was so fucking fun, though. That was so good, though." Wait, I forgot about this. We must go big. Oh. Oh. Hey, speaking of big, remember how big the egg was? What an achievement. What an hacking achievement. You ruined everything! If it wasn't for you, I'd be totally on my way to all of the glamorous, super important award shows. George Michel! Yes, princess? Weren't you supposed to take out the trash? I think would make me happier. Don't... Red alert! Calling all marshmallows! I repeat, calling all marshmallows! Execute plan Onion! Feel the wrath of the K-Flow official fan club! Oh, that's kinda cute. Don't remind me, there was an ordeal. I thought it was an ordeal for me though. You see how big that went? Oh my god. I wonder how many kobolds went into that egg. A few dozen, I feel like, at least. Isn't this the title screen music? Oh, I got everyone. Alright, GG's. I wonder how... All I did was assist with the process. You actually... Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. It was fun though. Heckin' fun. A few dozen? My god, I miss a lot of fun. I will giggle. I will giggle. Everyone is gone. Who am I supposed to boss around now? You big poopy! Mini poo-poo jerk! Nothing you say will make me go back to the vegetable kingdom. Nothing! La 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 la! Oh, tantrum? La 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 la, I can hear you! Oh shit, I forgot that exists. What does it say? I can't read. Fine, take me home. This is the only thing though. Here, let me finish the story first. I'm tired of eating candy all day and bossing people around anyway. It's exhausting. Being a famous pop superstar is totes super hard. I'm so over it. You're gonna have to pull me. There's no way I'm walking all the way back home. I spent like a month just getting here. I was tired for like so long. You have no idea. You don't look like you exercise much. Anyway, you better start pulling. I wanna be home for dinner. Why the heck did Dad send you of all people? I mean, there has to be someone better suited for the job. Hey, let's answer it later. We finished the game! Such a short little story. And so, the Chosen Onions quest is finally over. The evil King Sugar Daddy turned out to be not so evil after all. I will try to make it the next one if it happens. Sure. I think the princess was found. I think... yeah, I want to do it again. Definitely. Henry Michael George ran away after his battle with Sprout. He's been planning his revenge ever since. I love how it's like a backstory as well. Like, what happens after? Oof, that was short. Yeah, it's pretty short, but it has like a few extra stages to play. After his metamorphosis, King Sugar Daddy relinquished his title of king. I didn't see the rest. The club bouncer formed a strong friendship with Sprout. They've made a tradition of calling each other to talk about movies and video games for a couple of times a month. That is very sweet. That is honestly very sweet. The Candy Mama was never repaired. She deserves better. Candy Mama. Ginger decided to close the portal between realms instead of him for personal reasons. Yeah, literally I saw the cake. No one got cake though in this game. No one. Babbles wrote a rather tactless book about fruit cocktails. It wasn't published. Babbles. And Count Aurel started his 7th rewatch of his favorite show by himself. A guild something girl. Well, boop. Penny and Porky are still harassing people who wander into their part of the woods, but it hasn't been the same since Shiitake had left to become a florist. Oh! Farmer Carrot got scolded by his wife. Good. Good. Didn't flush the toilet, couldn't believe it. Short and Tall continued serving King Brock until retirement. Cool. King Brock was noticeably happy to see Sprout again. He denies this, of course. Why are you spasming like that? What the hell? Now, why are you wiggling like that? That doesn't look good. Cauliflower was grounded for like a long time. Cauliflower. Oh! Why did I not unlock that yesterday? Our hero! Thanks to you, the Vegetable Kingdom is saved! You have now unlocked part 2 of the prequel story. Cool. Well... Don't show this to your mom! What do you think? I'm not gonna show it to my... Oh, of course I'm gonna wear it. Of course I'm gonna wear this, excuse me. Alright, let's go to a prequel story. Volcano Valley! The game knows. The game knows. I'm very happy though. How did I not unlock it yesterday? Hi King. What's the smell? Oh, it's you. Listen, Sprout. You're probably itching for your next adventure, and I have just the thing for you. The villains of the absolute worst variety. Tax evaders. How dare they? Scum of the earth! There are no photographs of these criminals, but we've taken the liberty of hiring some freelance illustrators to hopefully give you some idea of who to look for. Freelance artist, huh? Fair enough. How is this country supposed to function properly when lazy, scheming villains try to avoid what every other citizen? Who cares? Who is this? It's me, Dad. Oh. Right. You're a shitty dad. Anyways, I'm sure you understand. Now get out of my throne room before I call the police. Police. Alright, here we go. The start of the prequel story.
Boop BB Boopo Boo BEP Opopo BBWE
Beep boop beep boop.
Opopo BPO Pa.
Hi, Breen. So cool. I like that. Oh, I just realized I'm blocking all the scores and everything. Oops. I watched Danman play yesterday and it seems super cute. Yes, same! I watched Danman play this a little bit and I immediately bought it. It's so good! It's like on 75% discount, I think. So good. Hello, I'm helping. Of course, Breen is helping. Always. Hope you're doing good, Breen. Awakens. Hi, Ixon. Dragon. Hello, hello. I want to poop second. Still Ixon. Wee. Wee. Thanks for the pet. Ixon has been stolen. Hope you have a good sleep, Ixon. I mean, you said awaken, so I assume you had a nice. I assume you had a sleep. Password. No. Password incorrect. Password. No. Password incorrect. Password. Just one more time. Password incorrect. Password. Okay. Yes. What do you mean? No, it can't be stolen. I'm too gay. I will now proceed to push. Yo, Jade, count me in. How can you do that without counting me in? Wow. Bet? Bet? Hey, you there! Get over here! Come on, it'll be great! Okay. Dragon Orgy? Or Drogi, if you will. Drogi. The music is great, by the way, this one. I swear, like, this is the royalty-free music, isn't it? Listen to this. Like, this is definitely fucking royalty-free music. I know for sure. When I first heard this, I was like, I'm losing my mind. Why am I listening to a royalty-free music in a paid game? There's a rhythm game.
Welcome to
Extra input. Hi, Chili. It do be hot. Well, was hot. It's very hot now. It's like super sunny. Now it's fucking raining. They don't care about the king, so I expect this place to be royalty free. Oh, true. It's Seth Winky. Hi. Hi there. Here for the game category, as it's one of my favorite, and you're killing it. Happy to be here. Nice. I just saw I saw one of my friends played it, immediately have to buy it because it's so good. It looks very cute and I love rhythm games like this. Very unique, I like it. Korea in Southeast Asia, anything lower 27 Celsius for you is considered cold. True. True, very true. The 27 Celsius? Never heard of here. Fuck. 42 Celsius every day. Huh. Come closer, child. Sup? Come now, don't be shy. You seem lost. What is the matter? You're looking for someone who is not paying their taxes. Oh my, that's a horrible crime. As it happens, I know exactly who you are talking about. They were both here just a few minutes ago. Weren't they, darling? Yes, dear. You want to know where they went, do you? Well, today's your lucky day. Any information you desire will be at your fingertips. On one condition. Yeah? You must join our organization. Hit the lights, darling. Yes, dear. Oh no. 15 Celsius is hot for you? Fair enough. Different people have like, different time zones, different places have different suitability for temperature. So, yeah, it's totally normal. 27 Celsius is the maximum in summer. Damn. Yo, 42 sounds amazing. 45 at day and 10 at night time. 42F for you is amazing, agreed. 42F, I don't know how 42 counts. I don't know how to count F to C. Would you like to join a diverse ecosystem of successful, rich, and good-looking people? Then, boy, do we know a place for you. Never has there been a more fantastic investment opportunity. Like, the fucking stock, everything. 42F is like 5 degrees. Yo! That's cold. And I want to experience that. Kinda. Maybe. Never has there been more fantastic investment opportunity. We at Chile Incorporated see ourselves more as a family first, business second. For just a small monthly deposit of 20 money, you can occasionally withdraw an amount that is slightly less than your deposit. Oh. But only 3 times a year. You may think to yourself, this sounds too good to be true. But no, we really are that generous here in Chile Incorporated. You too can be a part of this shady scheme. I mean, wonderful organization. I'm from an area of Canada that used to have to tell kids not to touch power lines in the winter because the snow would pile up that high. That is so dangerous. Yeah, it should not touch power lines. Snow is water, right? So it would conduct electricity. Oh, that's dangerous. Search 2 says 7 Celsius. Ooh, I don't really like 42F. It's cold enough. It is cold enough to be cold and freezing, but hot enough to not get snow. Snow is surprisingly good insulator. Insulator as in like keep warm? Yes, dear. Join now and receive a free coupon for 10% off a soft drink at the restaurant of your choice. Hey, you know what? Since we're in such a good mood, you are gonna get an even more special one-time offer. If you join right now, why don't you go ahead and take 2 coupons instead? Does that just sound amazing? I don't get to choose yes. Yeah, that's why igloos are a thing. Oh! Oh! But doesn't igloo melt? Hey, come on now. Let's not get greedy here. What about 3 coupons? That's gonna be enough, right? Okay, fine. I can offer you 5 coupons. That's like a lot of coupons. Surely there will be enough to satiate your voracious appetite? No, I cannot choose anything else. No. I see we have to bring out the big guns for this guy, darling. Present our visitor with the artifact. Yes, dear. Behold. Oh my god, look at that pen though, it's so shiny. I want to touch it. It does smell. A tiny layer on the inside that helps keeps out wind. Oh, that's very interesting though. The very expensive pen. How about that, huh? We can tell you that you're impressed. If you join us, this magnificent handiwork of typography producing excellence will be yours. It will cement your status in our organization as someone of tremendous power. A person not to be trifled with. Every future member of Chili Incorporated will be jealous of your high standing. Early adopters like you are the backbone of our industry. And we would love to reward you for your forward-thinking initiative. I'm getting jealous as we speak. So, what do you say? I cannot take the shiny though. I would take the shiny, I really would, but I cannot. I want the shiny. It's not just pen, it's shiny pen. No pen. No pen. I cannot get pen. If it's not below 0, it can't be freezing. Oh, alright. The freezing point of water. But the shiny. I want the shiny though. I cannot choose yes. Shiny. Bap. Bap the shiny. No pen. You know, we worked very hard on this pitch. This one is a lost cause, darling. He doesn't see the value of our proposition. But, fine. Fine! We'll tell you where those villains are. But first, you have to take a step to the right. You know, to ensure maximum auditory efficacy. You cannot put a shiny in front of a Durgo Kobold and not let them have it. There will be consequences. There will be consequences. You don't let me take the shiny. Kobold will do some unspeakable things to you. Observe. As I destroy them later. Mr. Sprout, I have some advice to give you for your future endeavors. Have fun in the dungeons. Hiya. Sucker! Why am I getting pet? But no one redeemed pet though. That's weird. Over here, it's freezing is a hyperbole, meaning gosh, I freaking wish it was 40 degrees right now. This weather hacking sucks. And also, watch for ice on bridges. And not just water is freezing. It's a mystery. Oh, it's Brian! Thank you, Brian. Oh my god!
It's a mystery.
It is truly a mystery. On the side of the street I've checked, usually 0 C is differentiated by saying it's actually freezing right now, be careful. Got the pen. Ghost pets. I'll take the ghost pets. Thank you, Brian. Thank you. With the Prime for 21 months. Oh my god. Whoa, pet. Oh my god. I'm being covered by pet. I am a bird. Woo! You are a bird. I hope you are doing good, Brian. Welcome. Look, Brian, I have a latex tracksuit. The game unlocked. Oops, press the wrong button. Oh. I shouldn't be reading chat. I cannot read chat when I play the game. Ow. Extra input. Nice. Nexus. That looks like all German. I cannot read that. Du wunderschöner Wyvern. Bleib ruhig. Sonst stelle ich dich und dein Siegel. I am. I might have butchered the language, I'm so sorry. That would be so uncomfortable to work in, not breathable. It looks good though. I'll take it. It looks good. So it's like the usage of literally, which doesn't mean literally, that's to say really mean it. Its use as a word of caution as freezing doesn't actually mean that much over here in America. Fair enough. Defeated by Boop can't steal Nexus so brick now. Oh, we just need to boop. Nice, this game gets harder as it goes along, but it never stops being a gosh darn end. This game's great. Really great. Really, really great. And I fucking love rhythm games. Power Pepper. A vibe. Yeah, it's a huge vibe. Listen, wyverns are faster than birds when it comes to flying. True, you cannot deny that. All good, all good. This is as far as you go, evildoer. Stop in the name of justice and everything right. The heroes have arrived. Girls, who are we? Oh. Red, green, yellow, and together we are the Power Peppers. I knew it's like, oh, thank you for the follow. Appreciate. And sworn protectors of Chile Incorporated. That's how they pay us. Not a single step failing. Power Peppers shine bright. Let's fight. Oh shit! All right, here we go. No fucking way! I was literally about to make the joke. Oh my god! It's the Pepper Rangers. Yes, fucking way. I thought it's. At my first impression of this is Powerpuff Girls, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm fair enough. It's like 3. There's 3. I don't know. Ooh. What the fuck? Green, you defeated Red, but you don't stand a chance against me. You will pay for your crimes, villain. Ooh, damn, going in. Oh, extra input. If they did more than right, chat. Impressive. It seems we underestimated you, but you're no match for me. Fuck. Okay, I got it. Extra input. Jack? Jack on block? Extra input. Nice. Interesting little Jack section there. So you big face, mildly amusing Swiss. It's hard to fly when you're all tied up, am I wrong? Yo, is there tying up going on? Why am I not involved then? The best part of the game is that one composer did all the music encompassing all the various genres, super impressive. Only one composer? Fuck, that is absolutely impressive. I actually didn't expect that. People just solely on my magical abilities, totally not. I didn't mean a rope tied up, not down. Not tying anyone up or down. Nice, well done. Hey, thank you, Kobo. I had no idea we were fucking amazing at rhythm games. Oh. I love rhythm games so much back then. Also was my life during middle school. I think I just have a strong sense of rhythm. You're strong. Maybe we chose the wrong side. Now that I think about it, those coupons they've been paying us with are useless. I cannot read. Yeah. And I don't know what to do with those non-fungible thingies they gave us either. The chili seems kind of shady now that I think about it. Mr. Chili's my second cousin. I guess my family isn't everything. Let's go teach those crooks the meaning of justice! Yeah! Justice! Power Pepper shine green. Yo, wait, check out green. Look at green though, green is dead. Green Pepper is fucking dead. Whoa, snake! It's not that good of a looking snake though, but whoa, snake! The Green Pepper is just fucking dead. Green Yipper. Yippot loves Brian today. Yippot loves everyone. Why is screen still dead? I don't know. So this is like the supposedly last stage? 10 star. She does her best, okay? True. Yo, Green! You guys just leave Green there? Oh, he's back. Great. How were the dungeons? Did you change your mind about my proposal? I see you've also met my hired guns. Thank you so much for bringing Mr. Sprout back here. I assume he has a new perspective on the endless possibility of our delightful organization. We're here to stop you, you lousy, lying and loathsome lawbreaker! Oh, hi, Niche. Dragon, hello. Activate sword? Why? Justice! I see. You've turned against me. It was only a matter of time, I guess. Darling, look away. You know how I get when I'm angry. Yes, dear. You know, I didn't want it to end this way. Couldn't you have just accepted my generous offer? This is all your fault. Oh, no. Is she going to? She is! Take cover! that hurt my throat a little bit. Take cover! Shiniku! How do you like being down, Mr. Sprout? You stand no chance of defeating me. Mwah! Mwah! Hey, yo, what the fuck? NFTs are the future. Shut the fuck up, man. NFTs are the future. Not gonna lie, would. I don't know. It's not exactly a dragon, but probably. Looks kinda mid though. Alright, let me sleep for a little bit. Don't worry about it. NFTs are the future. I will shit my pants. Alright, here we go. Let's go! It's probably gonna be very easy. Nah, probably not. Oh. This one. Love me some rock. Cannot rush. Don't rush my button press. That was a jump scare. Hit me, hit me. Mistimed. Oh my god. You cannot just jack all of a sudden. But you can. Oh my god, that was a jump. What the fuck? That was a jump scare. Oh, okay. A most diabolical villain. There we go. Another jack, second note included. But isn't jack like pressing 2 notes like super fast? Like the 2 notes like very close together? Maybe that's not a jack. I don't know. Feels like a jack to me. That was amazing! I can't believe it defeated Mrs. Chili! Thanks for everything, Sprout. Green is still dead. Look at Green. Consider yourself an ordinary member of the Power Peppers from now on. You're pretty good at weeding out the bad guys. We'll be sure to call you if the intentions of future employers come into question. But you can still call us anytime you're here. Anyway, we should be going now. Then find some evildoers to lock up. Power Peppers shine bright! Let's... fight! Green, wake up! Green's fucking dead! Yay, we did it. Oh, they brought Green's corpse. Oh, Jackson repeat the same, no. I like that they're just dragging Green along. Green's just actually dead. Good work, Sprout. Now I just need you to sign some paperwork stating that you valiantly assisted me in the epic battle against the evil Mr. and Mrs. Chili. Tax evasion is no joke after all. Does anyone have a pen? I have the most expensive pen. Wow. Holy moly! Macaroni! This pen is junk. I figure as much. Why even carrying this cheap crap around? It's even out of ink. Oh my god. Thanks for nothing, Sprout. Okay. Thanks for playing, Sprout. Eee. That's everything, I think. I mean, there's also bonus levels. Amazing! You've defeated the evil queen of tax evasion. In cabbage head. Aren't those asparagus or something like that? 竹笋, but I don't know what 竹笋. Bamboo sprouts. And then we have some bonus levels here. Pens are out of ink by default. Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, why carry around such a cheap pen when you could instead carry around a hand-turned pen custom made? Yeah, Ixon makes pen. To those who don't know, Ixon does wood turning and making pens by hand. It's amazing. Exhumed Power Peppers. Power Peppers. I actually love Power Peppers. You know what? Actually, Tony had this give shameless plug. Wow. It's not shameless. That's what Ixon is amazing. Alright, here we go. Bonus levels. Oops. Oh shit. It's left hand cycle? I think it's left hand cycle. Whoa! Oh, I need to do a full combo for Sprout to fall asleep? It's okay, Sprout. I'll make you fall asleep. I got this. You literally were there when his loom arrived. Shush you or plug. Yo, plug? I have one. Hey, it's so shameless. I'm very passionate about what I make. Yeah, true. Nexus? How come it's so easy to pin a message but not time people out? I'm not using moderator icons. Oh yeah, I'm using moderator icons. You can easily pin. You can easily like ban or time people out. Yeah. I pinned this message right next to reply. Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, I have that too. Let's try again. So let me try left hand cycle doing that hard part. Sorry. I'm such a bomb. I was reading chat. Left hand cycle. It's a little bit hard. But it is left hand cycle. It is left hand cycle. Is there a way to hide the pin button? I actually have no idea. There should be an option to use moderator icons. Oh hey, there's moderator eye buttons. Yeah. Oh, it's a setting. I actually didn't know. Ooh. I thought it's like I have that by default. I mean, I'm the streamer. So I thought I had that by default. Types up Jade for 5 seconds. It's a wonderful. Thanks for helping. Jade's great. Am I sniffing my own tail? Probably. I'm gonna let you fall asleep, Sprout. I cannot believe I messed up towards the end. Jade is indeed great. And make sure you show Jade some aftercare. Apparently there is? Yo, that would be nice. I'm gonna let Sprout fall asleep. And Sprout deserves sleep. Look at Sprout. Sprout needs sleep. Let's do this. I got this. Do we? god. Let's practice. You can hide the pin button by disabling show moderator actions. But only inspect element. I hate Twitch. Yeah, let me see. If I switch off show moderator actions. No, it's still there. Mod icons. You can still have the mod icons activated. Oh. Mod icons, but no actions. Oh, the pin is still there. I also dodge constantly when I'm running every. Yeah. I need to have mod icons disabled. So the pin will be gone. Yeah, it has to be. It has to be disabled entirely. God damn it, Twitch, you suck. Fine. It's okay, I'll just avoid the pin button. Let's retry. I will do this. I could cheat by using a sugar rush, but I don't wanna. I'm not good with left hand cycle. Okay, this might be cope, but let me try changing a controller. Rest in peace, Beam, that allow for clicking and dragging on the name in a specific direction to perform a mod action. Maybe my browser is being weird. I need to check properly later. It's alright. Which is weird anyway. Alright, I'm gonna go check a controller. Oh, maybe I should get my Twitch controller. I'll be right back, give me a few minutes. I'm back. I can't believe my Switch controller is so hard to find. Clicking a dragon, clicks on X and 500 times. Left out, whoa, dragon click, huh? Left out to super mod. Gonna buy a cursor to click on X and I will always click on X and too. Gonna buy the DLC. 2 hours played. Damn it, no sex scene. Oh, clicking actually accomplished. Brushing a dragon or multiplying the dragon. Ayo. Okay, this should work. I wonder if they switch the buttons though. Oh, Switch controller doesn't work. Ah, goddammit, Switch controller doesn't work. No, Switch controller doesn't work, really? Unless, okay, let me reopen this game. I come back to your chat. Being lewd again? I think it's only normal for my chat to be kind of lewd now. I think. I think it's just kind of normal at this point. I mean, I'm kind of lewd. So I guess that's why. I mean, it's pretty normal. Yeah, there's no PlayStation. Ovai Florida Sprout. Enable Steam input. Unknown controller support. I guess most games don't just support Nintendo Switch controller. Apparently it does level you up, given what we have been told. There's at least 3 years. Not much age gap. I'm trying to use my Switch controller because the buttons are more consistent. I want to see if it works. Because I was using... my PS4 controller somehow always have like extra input. So I don't like it. There we go, it works now. Most games don't have it, but Steam usually has us covered for that. There it is. It was bonus levels. I don't know if the buttons are the same. It should be the same. I should use Steam's controller button converted to convert my Xbox controller to Switch layouts. Oh! I mean, I use Switch controller to play rhythm games because their buttons are more... They don't too easily have extra inputs. But my PS4 controller, because I play Tekken too much with those, the buttons are like very loose. So they can have extra inputs all the time, which is kind of bad. Look at that, clean input. This is what I need, clean inputs. Because my PS4 controller has too much loose inputs. I prefer Switch because B, which stands for back in most instances, is at the back of the button pad. Oh! I actually didn't take that into consideration. There we go, first try. hi, Merp. Hello. Just call out and who is here? It's Tira Kobo. She draws near. Click on the stream at once entertainment on all fronts. My day can start now with a smile. She is still alive for a while. Rolling in and start the yipping. Happiness will start to fill in. Love you, Tira. You're the best. You are best. You're the best too, Merp. To attach to you is my new quest. Huggies and lot of yips attached. I do not lose my grips. I have Merp. Merp is attached. Oh my god, Merp. Thank you, Merp. Merp, you're the best. Hope you're doing good, Merp. Yeah, I'm gonna roll too. Yes, Merp roll. Merp's great. Hope you're doing good. Right, 27. Yeah, rolling. I mean, if 26 is already that hard, I'm a little bit scared, but we'll see. Me doing great. Nice. Good to know. Merp cute. Merp is mega cute. Oui. Oh, is it gonna be a speed test? Triplets? 1 beat? Sorry, speed. Speed presses is just my strength. GG. Speed press is just my strength. Alright, good stuff. That was fun. Oh, you failed that one? I think it's just a different strength. Luckily my strength is here. This is my strength. To be able to like push fast beats with consistent beat. Yeah, that's what I do. $48. Alright, what do you test me here? It's the alternating frequencies that kills me? Oh, yeah, that's fair. You're gonna keep it cool. Oh my god. Jesus fuck, it's so fast. I almost cannot react to it. Oops. Oh my god. Ooh. Oh. Wow, this one is tough for me. I'm not good with fast notes like these. Or like the speed of the note coming in. That's my weakness. Alright, let me try again. At least the notes are like only 2 kinds of notes, right? Yeah, the blues. Because I need to react between... Okay, the right hand is fixed. The left hand I need to cycle. So it's like a little bit... it's a little bit of a reaction play on this. Unless I can remember all the notes, then we are Gucci. Let's try again. Alright, I'm ready. Hit me. Easy. Done. Just gonna lock on for a little bit and we're good. I still don't understand how you need to dodge when casually walking along an empty road. It's the, you know, you're gonna dance. You know, you cannot just, yeah, we could just walk. But then why walk when you can dance? Looks perfect to me. Why don't you get the third score star? The third score star requires a really strict timing. It was so strict that I think you cannot get more than 5 or 6 good. It has to be like close to be, yeah, it has close to be perfect step, I think, to my understanding. I might be wrong, but to me it feels like it needs to be close to a perfect step for it to get like 3-star. But there's also Sugar Rush I never use, because the Sugar Rush gives me like easy notes, because all the buttons count as all the buttons. That's what Sugar Rush does, and I don't like it. I don't know if it gives like extra score now, since I never used it. Alright, 29 this one. Wait. Oh. Drum and bass. Stinky. Oh, it's Breen. Stinky. Hey, Malsino. Oh, it's not perfect, this one. Green. Yeah, it has to be very strict, this one. Oh, 49B and a few C. I don't think I can get any C. If I get a single C, I don't think I can get like full 3 stars. Oh, the babs. I was adding spice. You were adding spice to the music.
Yep.
Yep. Yippee. Oh wait, I didn't mean to skip one. Yip. Yip. Stinky yips. Yip. 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 Yips. Yip. Yip. So many yips. So many yips. Yips. Oh, yip. Yips. Yip. How many yips do you have? tree. Tree yips. All the yips. It's okay. I can still read the chat up here. Let me see if I can play like this. Her. Yip. Yip away, my friends. Couple friend. I actually cannot hear the music. I cannot hear the music. What a challenge! All the yips. Thanks for the yip. I like yips. I was doing pretty okay. All the yip. Oh, it was the unorthodox beat music to it as well. No wonder it's difficult. Oh. Tree bullet, 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 tree bullet. Very unorthodox. Bullet, tree bullet, tree bullet, tree bullet, tree bullet, tree bullet, tree bullet. Oh, it doesn't need to be full combo as well. Huh. I'm getting Sprout to sleep easily. Sorry. No, don't be sorry, bro. It's yippin'. It's just what Cobalt does. It's all good. I like the yips. Yippergeddon. Yeah, it sounds about right. Steel's Nexus. Steel's Jade. Oh, we have a conundrum here. But I think Nexus would win the stealing fight between Nexus and Jade. Just because Nexus is dragons and definitely not biased at all. Yeah, Steel's Jade. Yippocalypse. Yippocalypse. Such a pro! You have completed all bonus levels. We hereby declare you a Rhythm Sprout expert. Whoa! So that's everything. That's everything. We did it. That's everything. Wow, very fun. Can I do turbo on some of these? I'm probably gonna die if I do turbo. Oh my god, alright. So I have all your bricks now, right? Bird 1 bricks to breed to build nest. Not breed. Why did I think of breed? Oh my god. This is tough. This is really tough. And I have all your bricks now. I didn't have any bricks before you stole me. But you did, because you stole stole Nexus first. Ooh, the reverse steal. Let me go to main story. There's like one stage I really love. This one is really fun, honestly. I wish it was a little bit longer, but oh, let me try turbo on this one. All right, beat me up. Hit me, hit me. Bully the bold. Come bully the bold. Oh. Ooh, dragon milk. Here we go. Oh. Oh. Overpress. Bully. This is fun. This is great. Play through all the game with turbo. Eh. Lazy beat is fine. That was fun. Okay, maybe turbo mode is really fun. I've been milk. The dragon milk. You know what? Why not? Let's play through the main story with all turbo mode. And we can listen to the music. Because what I noticed, once I turn on turbo mode, it becomes nightcore. You know what I mean? It adds a bit of a nightcore to it. It's not just the bass music, but faster. They add a nightcore to it, which makes the music sounds a little bit different, which is super duper cool. Press the corresponding button when the notes are inside of the hit bar. Ding. So good. There should be 3-star. Yeah, it's a lot of... We got a disc. It's a lot of perfect on that one. Yeah, only 5B. Nice. I didn't get a combo on this. Did I miss? I think must be a loose input. so we can listen to all the music again. Honestly, the music in this game is really fucking good. Here we go. Broccoli Castledial. Castledial. Martino. Munter. Munter. Bed. Nice. Nice. So good. I don't know how I feel about the fruit going out for a stroll and just carrying around a heckin' bat with them. Oh, I got 3-star. Okay, good. I thought I was too much. Yeah, there was a lot of B, but I guess that's enough. Turbo. The music is such a vibe. Such a vibe. Really. I love. So good. Let's go. Oui. Oops. Let me try something. I think it's L2. Let me use it here. Oh, it does give more points. 400 per points. Oh, that's how you get score. Okay, only one time per round. Got him. Got him. Might be hard because I have 1 C. Or like multiple C. Oh, that's enough. We take those. 2 C, man, that's pretty bad. But we are breezing through these. Mario Sweater. Wee. Thanks for the pin. Oh, I already got full star on this one. I'll play for the music. I'm here to listen to the music. Definitely not me finding reasons for me to play this game more. It's good. It actually is really good. Wee. There's not much difficulty spike here, which is really nice. They gradually getting hard. Wow, that's fast. Nice. Love when the game is fun. I know, right? A game where you genuinely enjoy is definitely the best feeling ever. Yeah. I got 1C? I didn't even notice. To be fair, I was just vibing. Oh, this one's a little bit hard, but I'll try. A little bit hard to get all stars. And the music is really good too. Wait. Oops. Nice. I think that's a that's a full combo. This should be all star. Yeah. Ghost hologram? So all the stage will give you like extra skin if you get the disc. I'm actually thinking of playing Project Zomboid, but yeah. Oh, it's already 5 p.m. Maybe I should play this Thursday. I'm gonna try the game out. Project Zomboid. I'm just afraid that there might be too much words to read. Death is Turbo? Try the word generator game. Oh, the word cleaner? I finished it. I got everything in the game. It's heckin' fun. It's so good and very adorable. I can love the game. I think I do this. Nice, got him. This should be good. Nice. Oh, oops, still cute. It's really cute. I love the game. I was like so skeptical that I cannot get all full stars because I'm really bad at stealth game, but after playing for a bit and getting to know about how the game works, and yeah, I keep trying and I got all stars. Definitely worth it though for the collectibles. Dirk had an accidental nap, then took a shower because he woke up feeling blank. Oh, hopefully the shower helped. A shower sounds good now. I'm sweating under an air-conditioned room right now. Outside looks like it's like 42 or 45 or something. Fuck. I have to open the air conditioner. It's too hot. Heck. I might just get a shower afterwards because why not? Shower good. Yeah, hopefully shower helped. Aww. I'm gonna go fast, clear 10 levels in turbo mode. Hey, got a new achievement. It did, but it's now almost 2 AM for me. I'm wide awake after that nap. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh god, I've been there. Oh, I mean, it's probably after shower awake, I feel like. Maybe, hopefully after a while, you will feel sleepy and then you can go get some rest. Because it be nice. It be nice. Let me see if I can get like first try every stage to get like full star. Right, here we go. Okay. We good? Nice. Oh. I autopiloted towards the end. Unfortunate. Nah, I autopiloted towards the end. Oh, unfortunate. I don't think this is enough to get like full star. Yeah, combo. Not enough combo. It's alright. I'm here to listen to the music. I'm just going through all the stages with turbo to like listen to the music again, not trying to get all the stars. But I do try to lock in every stage though, so that maybe I can get the disc and all the stars. That Sprout very EP. I know, right? It's so adorable. Look at that little Sprout right there. My god. Very adorable. I like Sprout. Might not be as worth. Ooh, it's a little hard. There we go. Not bad, not bad. Nice. We're cruising. We're cruising with stars. Gingerhead onesie. Onesie? I heckin' love onesie. Oh. You're not actually a ghost. Oh, made from the freshest gingerbreads, but not tell anyone. Look at that thing though. Oh, that looks comfy. But this one is still the best. It's just latex. It's great. Latex is great. Right, here we go. Maybe I can get all stars. Also, I will not forget that I will... Ayo? Latex. Hey, I am contemplating on making a full-blown latex kobold, or just like toy. Okay, because I've seen some stuff on Twitch, and apparently it's allowed. As long as it's not explicit. I think it's not too hard to make them. That's hard. Yeah, this part right here is what I'm like missed out. Missed opportunity here. Autopiloted. Ayo, como toy. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, think of it as like a... What do you call it? Just think of that as like a plushie, I guess. Does it make sense? Probably not. We call plushie toys too, right? I mean, they are kind of a toy. No, it's getting sus. Chat, I'm getting sus, I'm getting sus. I'll chill, I'll chill. Right, that's one. that kind of toy. Yeah, just in latex, I guess. Oh my god, I cannot stop. Brain, please. This one's a little bit hard. I think score maybe, just not the combos because I messed up. Nice. Shit. I have no endurance. Man, that was bad. If a round goes on for too long, I just lose it. No full star, but it's fine. Nailed it. These little levels get tricky, but it's still killing it. Thanks for sticking it out. I'm just still looking and loving it. Nice. It's not fine. You get a full star? Breathe! No, not now. One more try. Breathe! No! 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 Alright, I'm locked in. Oh, okay, let's do it. No reading chat for now. Alright, don't look at the other screen, it's okay. Alright, here we go. Alright. You know what? I'm just gonna restart. No. But that was weird though. Maybe I pressed it too quickly in succession. Maybe just a little bit too fast together. Supportive wiggles, thank you. Look at distraction. I'm being distracted. Como being distracted. Nice. We good. Oh. I need full combo for this, right? Yeah, I need full combo. This can be a support, a practice run. This one, and then I'll do it again. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. I mean, it's fine if I really play carefully. Oh, I don't have enough score, shit. The score is not affected by combo, no? So I definitely need more work on my accuracy in this one. Yeah, too many C's, look at that. Too many C. Bad. I think I'm gonna leave the Sugar Rush for like the third monster. Alright, let's try again. Only for this one, I'll just like try to get 3-star. Alright. The rest I'll just breeze through it. Like one play on each stage. I blame Breen. But Breen is still a good bean though. Oh, it's yellow. Oops. Breen. It's okay. Breen is good sneaker. Very good sneaker. Alright, for real, this one, for real. Maybe I just don't have enough endurance for this. Maybe I pressed it too early. Oh, the fourth one has like a gap in it. Shit. Alright. Green. I'm alright. It's alright. I've done something like this before. Yeah, this delay. block. Okay. Snake milk? Wow. Ooh. Okay, so first one is fine. And then the first boss phase is still the same. The boss phase is all the same. The second phase needs to be left hand cycle. First phase is right hand cycle. Second phase is left hand cycle. Okay. Remember? All good. We're getting there. Yeah, write that down. Very important. It's gonna have a quiz. I'm gonna have a pop quiz afterwards. Right hand cycle and then left hand cycle. Boss side left hand, boss fight left hand block. There. Okay. Left hand cycle. Remember. Really? Actually, what's the requirement combo for this? Combo requirement 446. I think that has to be a full combo. Because my previous attempt was 253 up there, and it's kind of far away from 446. It has to be full combo. All right. Strict. Here we go. Wake up. Oh my god, tongue. Focus. Left hand. I'm gonna use Sugar Rush immediately, I think. For the score. Left hand block. Okay. okay. We got it, I think. Oh. I count it as a full star. You telling me that it's not enough, really? I count it as a full star. It's good enough. Brain leak. The Surfy sent me an updated version of that like over a week ago, and I just finally remembered to upload the updated one. Oh, this one? Oh, oh, Surfy does this. The Bappers. Snarms. Snarms. Surfy makes good emotes. Yeah, that looks really heckin' good. And she's a good bee in general. Yeah. Really? Close enough? I count this as a win in my book. I got 125000, right? 125500. What's the 126450? So 10 less B, I think. Can I have a C at all? It's a little strict, I feel like. It's a little strict. Alright, Candy Lane. I'm just gonna turbo every stage. Yeah, it must be almost perfect and no C allowed. Some B is fine. It has to be almost perfect. It's a little strict. It's a little strict. Oh! Here I come. Why is the music like nothing? Why is the music suddenly so soft? Why is the music so soft on this one? I can hardly hear when I kill a monster. After I hear like the monster die, and I was like, I can't hear anything. That was a little tough. And I messed up at the early part. But see, this one has easy score, not as strict. This one is fun though. There was like this one part that is really hard on the second monster, if I remember correctly. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Daddy Vader. Okay, this one. I'll use the Sugar Rush. This one is just jank, this one. Was that a huge fart? Did I just hear a huge fart? In the game? In the game? Yeah? I never heard that before. Is that like an Easter egg or some shit? Okay, full star. Oh, this one is fun as hell. Yeah, this one is good. Let's turbo this. This stage is heckin' good. The music is bumping. Let's go. It's really fun. Oh, that's his first second goal. Nailed it. Playing? Hi.
Why you bullying me?
Nice. I haven't used Sugar Rush yet. Oh, I'm locked in though. Nice. Almost finished, almost finished. Wait a second. I'll read the chat afterwards. There we go. Nice. Get 10 CD. I'm a DJ. Aramesh, hi. And hi, Plain Bouncy. Hello, hello. Welcome, Yip, and all the friends. How be the Kobo? Kobo is doing good. Very good. Just some headache. That's why I'm not doing art today. But I'm good, I'm good. This one is just like a troll stage. And then we have this one. I hope you're doing good too, Aramish. Welcome. And Swift Night Fire, hi! All the yips. Thank you. I like that. Oh, thank you. I'm trying to like, I'm just going through the stage one time with all turbo mode. Game's great. Nice. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. Oh. Oh. Oh my, I cannot see, but thank you. 100 gems, thank you.
Cobalt head here have some slime gems to help cheer you up.
I have gems. I'm very chill. I'm very happy. I'm trying. I can read the chat now. Thank you. Oops. So tight. Not bad. Oh, Aramesh. Thank you, Aramesh. Big appreciate. 100 gems. Hi, Kokeda. 7 stream. Oh. Thank you, Kokeda. Kokeda, put the bunai down. Make me. Make me. I'm pretty much here to see if I can find other cobots I like. Oh! I mean... I'm pretty sure I saw your name at Merp's channel. I mean, you are subscribed to Merp. And... who else? I think I saw the name before. In multiple places, but the... oh! Aramesh! Yeah! Thank you. Thank you, Aramesh. A gift to go get a Wowee. But yeah, there are other kobolds I know. But But good luck with the fight, though. Hopefully I'm a good combo too. I don't know. Hi, Mafra. I'm doing okay. I'm doing pretty good. Not my fault that Brunei is too cute to let go of. I mean, Merps chat often when I'm not busy or asleep. Fair enough. So yesterday I got stuck in the Magic the Gathering. I'm playing physical. But my first deck is today, and today I'm already looking at upgrades kit and cards to swap. Ooh. I used to play a lot of Arena. Yeah, Magic the Gathering Arena was pretty fun. I like it. But eventually I stopped playing it because a lot of my dragon cards cannot be used anymore. Oh hey, look, it's Merp! Oh my god, Merp! There's the best combo I know so far, Merp. I know, right? Merp is heckin' the best combo. Also, I haven't looked at the red pictures that Breen sent. Is that a red picture? Oh, it is. Oh, you guys can see it because I have game capture on. So many great kobolds. Ooh. Oh my god. I cannot see. Thank you, whoever you are. You're amazing. I love you. Aramish. I shouldn't read the chat. Thank you, Aramish. Oh my god, for the gifts up to Merp. Oh, thank you. Heckin' bean. All good. Thanks. Okay. Nice. Gosh, Ramesh, thank you. Oh, goodness me. Yeah, thank you. Playing a deck that steals cards for the opponent. Yeah, I'm playing a format that's called Commander. 100 cards and 40 health, and you can't have duplicates. I'm just here bringing a kobold being liked by everyone, because kobolds are nice. And Golgana is nice. There's no rotation of cards. All the kobolds, all the kobolds. Playing a deck that steals cards from opponent. I personally don't like decks like that, but each to their own. Oh my god, hi Evie. I almost lost my streak. True, I think I'm almost ending. Well, after finishing all these in turbo. Hi Evie. Hope you're doing good too. That's tough. Oh. Ooh, that was tough. Hey, hi. I like EVs in every evolution. I like dragons in all dragons. The best thing happened today too. I had to pass this creepy old guy in the mall today. He instantly gave me that transphobic stare at first, then looked down at my legs. Became so fixated on them, he walked right into a bin. I almost said, "Yeah, that's where you belong." Yeah, that's where he belongs. No disrespect towards the trans friends. So unnecessary. Just let people be people. I like reds. I know, Breen. Like is understatement. Oh, I should agree. Like is an understatement for Breen. I think Breen should be I love. Love is also like an understatement. Is there more stronger like than love? I really heckin' love reds. Yeah, maybe that goes for that. Yeah. Breen should say I really heckin' love reds. And reds can be pretty adorable, honestly. Reds. Reds. Red. Red. Adore? Oh yeah, that's a word. Adore, yeah. Ooh. Hey, Streak 95. Wow. Thank you, Evie. Man, I stream so much. Messed up. I messed up. Yep. Was a big confidence boost, to be honest. Sure, it was at first a transphobic stare, but the fact he walked back into a bin distracted by my fine legs, so yeah. Yeah. Truly fine legs. I used to take care of my school's rats when I was a kid. Ooh. Hi, Diehard Dwarf. Adore to the fullest extent is the most infatuated combo of words I can think of without it becoming something far worse. Alright, that's everything. Oh, we have this one still. And then we're gonna go through the prequel with Turbo as well. Even if you messed up, you're still a good Kobo. Whee! I'll take it. Hi, Lex. Hello, Lex. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, boop Lex. Done. Boop and hug everyone in chat. I'm getting boop and hugged. Of course I'll take it. Oh my god. Boop all. Ixon gives all a boop. Are you gonna start for this? Oh, I'll take it. Pet boops. Alright, and then we have the prequel. The prequel shouldn't be too hard. It's just few stage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, only 5. Here we go. Boop all. I boop all too. Must boop. Nice. Take care, everyone. Oh, whatever you're doing, take care, Nexus. Thanks for hanging around. Appreciate your heckin' bean. Nice. I think I'm gonna head over and get myself supper. Oh, have good food, Nexus. Hey, have good food. I got a CD for that. Yeah, thanks again for hanging around. You heckin' bean. This one is just funny. This one is just like a royalty-free music. Because it's Chile incorporated. Of course it's gonna be all royalty-free. Whoa. Thank you, whoever you are. Oh my god. I cannot look. Give me a second. Nice. He can free my royalties. Ramesh. Ramesh. Oh god. Thank you. Thank you, Ramesh. Oh. Wow. Thank you for the gifts up to Heckin' Ixon. Thank you. Was it this one? Ooh. Business in the front, business in the back. Nah, I think latex still the best. I huge appreciate. Thank you. Oh. Look at all the bungles. I can get the tail. Oh man. Hi. Thanks for a pet. I saw it right the corner of my eye. Oh, thanks for the pet. Nice. A dragon sub to a combo? Isn't it supposed to be the other way around? maybe it goes both ways. No, my brain is too sus today. And look at my tail. Wait. Fine for the dragon. Fine. Dragon licking tail is. Alright, here we go. 3 fights. Nice. You're defeated red. But you don't stand a chance against me. Nice. Stretch that bone. Okay. I'll do it afterwards. Impressive. It seems we're underestimating you. Right. There we go. Fun. Dragons will sub the combos if someone pays enough, apparently. I believe that. I mean, I have friends who are dragons who want to cuddle and kiss me. It's just a normal thing. Also, who doesn't love a small top? But I'm not a top though. Yeah, why not switching it up? Sounds fun though. So let me. That's nice. Thank you, Swift. Alright, last one. Mrs. Chili. This one feels like it's a little bit hard. It could be a little hard, this one. Because it's like 4 star, 10 star. A lot of spams. I'll see what I can do. Might be my first loss. Damn. Damn. Am I that inaccurate? Oh. 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 That's difficult. This is really fucking hard. Okay. That's pretty fun. Oh, I didn't use Sugar Rush. Ah, good enough. Nice. Yeah, this is a really fun fight. Might as well go through all the bonus levels with the turbo mode. Why not, right? Here we go. Just a few stages, just a few like 5 stages. Get a stretch every now and then, and every now and again. True. Good going combo. Wait. I try. Oh no! This one is really hard. Sprout didn't get to sleep, but I think that's okay. At least not on turbo mode, this is difficult. Good try. More stretchies? I mean, me and Salo... It's been... Oh. I was about...
I don't understand. Where are the subtitles?
Wait, it's open. I was about to say, me and Salas discussed that while we're in the Cobalt Care session, we discussed how kobolds can be very stretchy, right? Very stretchy, mega stretchy even. Cobalt Care. Very stretchy. Oh yeah, Lex was there. It was a little spicy play party together that I put together last Saturday, I think. Yeah, 2 days ago. This is a fast one. Let. This is gonna be hard. Oh. Oh, this is fun. I want to do it again. This is so short. Very stretchy. They can be taken in multiple ways. I mean, in Cobalt Care, yeah. I mean, no, in general. I like spicy kobolds. I like spicy kobolds too. You were gifted that game. It's only normal since, you know, Gokena is a kobold. Should play the game. It's great. It's janky fun. I got this. Yip. Yippee. Hi, Wildflower. Welcome back. Right, 2, left 2. Oh, I was too fast. I pressed too fast that everything became C. No, the score is like Khaleesi. Oh, that was fun though. It's a very short one. Oh, this one double time is insane. Me just woke up. Hey, good morning. Hope you had a good sleep. Oh, maybe it's not morning, just a nap. But yeah, hope you had a good rest. Oh boy. Oh my god. Oh, this is tough. Yeah, we good. Yeah. Nah.
There's no such thing as a coincidence.
For these slime gems, I am curious on how would different kinds of kobold yips would sound like in Malaysian language.
You want Malaysian yip? If I talk like this, then I should be Malaysian already, though. But you want Malaysian yip? I don't know how I can make different yip in Malaysian, eh? how you want the how you want the Malaysian yip, huh? If you want Malaysian yip, I think you can just add the you can have the yip lah or yip eh. You know, because us Malaysian English has a lot of like you know, during the end of a sentence we'll add like la or eh or la. Yip la. Yip la. Yip la. Or yip la would be like someone asking, oh, how would the kobold sound like? And then you answer yip la. Like, oh, yip la. Be right back. Take your time, Wildflower. You just say yip in Malaysian. Yip in Malaysian. There you go. 还是你要华语的 yip 也可以啊，华语的 yip 好像也没有什么不一样的东西呢。I don't know. Can you even yip desu? Probably. Tabun ole yip desu ni. 少し yip が喋ります。喋ります。少しだけ。Oh my god. Ow. This is tough. Triple nut, triple nut, triple nut, triple nut, triple nut. Stinky, Yippee, yeah, see, Yippee, bring this Yippee. Stinky. This turbo is mega fast. Perfect. Alright, last one. This one should be very fun. Because this one is drum and bass. And the notes are actually placed very, very funly. Very funly. Yeah. Is this turbo? I actually don't know. Let me back the map. That almost sounds like a word yipki, mean to cry in Arabic. Oh wow! I almost won my third double or nothing in Barkshot Roulette. But I mistook the placement of the shell in the burner phone and failed. No, the burner phone always lied to me, you know. Is it like guaranteed, or am I just dumb? Because I feel like the burner phone just lied to me like 3 or 4 times during my whole playthrough. Maybe I just miscalculated. Overpressed. Oh, I pressed too slow, really? There we go. It's the guaranteed. Oh, it's guaranteed, but it's based on the shells in the gun at that moment. I always forget that. So if you have 6 shells, shoot one, then use the phone. It will tell the shell in regards to the 5 in there. Oh, that's what it meant. So it's like at the moment, how many shells in there after that many shells would be what the phone is referring to. I didn't know. I thought it's like always at the maximum amount of the shell, and then it tells you how what the shell is gonna be live or blank. I always thought it's that one. I was like, so that's what it is. Well, that's everything I can do in this game. I mean, other than me getting all the stars, but I personally think that this is good enough. I mean, it's a lot of stars, to be honest. Look at that. Those are a lot of shinies that I just accumulated. Mine. My hoard. My stars. My shine. Mine. My shiny. I love the shiny. And also, yeah, it's a fun little game. I think right now it's still in 75% discount. I know I already spoiled everything here, but if you still want to play for yourself, try it out. Definitely, I highly recommend. It's fun. The story is a little bit, milk. The story does turn to a little dark in the middle of the middle part of the story. It's a little dark, but that's the only concern I have for this game. But other than that, it's all pretty good. What? I just want to become big. Can I become big? I think I became big. I'm being milked. That sounds wrong. But you know what? It is what it is. It just happened. Beans. Beans. Yeah, phrasing? What's a phrasing? And a yip. Is it like a ghost that you can phrase through things? Alright, let me quit the game. It's fun. Good stuff. I think this Thursday. Yeah, this Thursday I want to try some hacking zombie Project Zomboid. Yeah, that's the game of the name of the game. I want to try out some Project Zomboid. I saw Mert play for a little bit and I was like, but it looks like there's a lot of word though. Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of words I need to read. I'll see if I can get into the game. If I cannot get into... Oh, Cheesecake actually bought the game. Like, if there's too much words for me to read, I might get turned off by it. I don't know. But if I need to upload the music, it's too quiet. I don't like Dead Silent. Yeah, but I always have backup plan. Backup plan. It's so quiet. I want to listen to... Oh, wait, why not listen to all the music here? Rhythm Sprout. Let's see. Official game soundtrack. There it is. We can start from this one. So good. Yeah, I'll give Project Zomboid a try this Thursday and see how it goes. Oh, it's getting dark. My camera is not capturing Morpheus properly. Gain. More gain. Nah. Oh, it's not route to road. It's probably not route to raid into Spotter, right? I hope not, because I finally got a chance to raid Spotter. Yeah, I'm gonna raid into Spotter. What would it be? I've raided into. I just feel like, my brain doesn't stop. My brain keeps telling me that it's a bad idea because it feels like I'm just attention seeking. I cannot. Brain, stop. It's fine. It's not. I'm gonna be brave. I'm gonna disregard what my brain tells me and just raid into it. I'm sure it's fine. I'm gonna disregard what my brain tells me. Anyway, I know I'm sorry for not doing art today. Just the headache got me. But I think the Panadol helps because now I am feeling a little better. I think I'm gonna keep eating this for a few days so that I don't get too much headache. Let me just summon Bernie and stuff real quick. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Bernie, I have a coffee. It helps. It helps. And I have a Discord. Usually where I announce my stream stuff. But most importantly, there's the Dragon Simping Corner, where I will, if I have time, I will just spam dragon pictures over there. Honestly, it's not just dragon pictures. Lizards, kobolds, reptilians in general. I feel like, yeah, or like really anything like just reptilians in general. I'm gonna keep it that way. Yeah. Dragon Stamping Corner. I think that's about it. Yeah. Oh, I should probably say that I actually have a YouTube channel. Believe it or not, but my YouTube channel is still my previous name. So, yeah. The name is different. It's not Tira. But you will see a kobold there. You will see this particular kobold when you find a channel.
Hey chat, did you know that in terms of kobold and dragon relations, Tylra is the most compatible kobold for dragons? It's true. Look at this pretty girl we got. She has horns. Yeah, I mean, you can do a lot of things with those horns. I mean, they're long. It looks like they're kind of rounded on the tips, you know. You could do a lot of things with them, like handlebars when you take your dragon boyfriend on and off a motorcycle. Instead of holding your waist, they could hold your horns.
I can only allow some people to hold my horns. Can confirm.
Yep.
Here is the bestest kobold. That goes for Merp though. Merp is the bestest kobold. Merp the best. I like Merp. Hi Otter Slime. I'm gonna raid. A Sporter is not gonna end the stream soon, right? Uno reverse? You can't just Uno reverse. Can people give you scratches behind the ears? Ooh. Only to those who ask, then yeah. I mean, it feels great, but yeah. Only to those who ask, then I would absolutely have Merp if I could, because more kobold is always better. True. Just snip. Yeah, I still like that though. It fits so well. I'm surprised. It's so heckin' surprised. What feels better, squishes behind the ears or the back of your neck? At the back of my neck, or maybe even both placed at the same time. I don't have the luck fishing thing out of slime. When the scratch is just on your arms.
Godro bongo godro wagwag 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 godro bongo godro wagwag.
If I change the prefix, it's gonna be Til or Tylrak. Tylrak. Because it's 6 letters, right? I think both places at the same time sounds good. Probably. That's what I would think. Never tried it myself. Okay, I'm gonna get this chance to raid Sporter when I can, and when my brain settle down. Gotro Borgurg. Gotro Borgurg. Okay, I should type in the raid. Sporter. Raiding to a bird. I mean, birds have shinies too, right? We can steal the shiny. We can definitely steal their shinies. Okay, I type in the rate, so I will not be streaming on Tuesday and Wednesday, unless there's like a little announcement on Discord saying that I will be streaming, like a secret stream of some sort. But usually it's not gonna happen because time and personal time and stuff. So it's a very rare occurrence, but most likely not. Just in case. So yeah, I will not be streaming on Tuesday and Wednesday, and I'll be back on Thursday. I'm gonna try out some Project Zomboid. Hopefully I can get into the game. I don't know if I can get into it because it's like super a lot of things to read. Hopefully I can get past that barrier because the game does look fun. It does. I'm gonna give it a try this Thursday. Bongo. Place a small amethyst on my head. I want it. It's my amethyst. Oh, amethyst. But I rather call it amethyst. I need the amethyst. Anyway, I type in the raid. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love y'all so much. And also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all. Thank for stream. Thank for being here. Thank you. Just feels like an amethyst fits you the most. Of course, I'm purple. And purple is the best. And purple the best. Is sport the ending? I hope not. Let's quickly break into Spotter. Alright, here comes the raid to Spotter. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here. Kobo, appreciate all of you. Oh, thank you, Lex. I should probably update the raid message a little bit and the non-sub raid. Thanks again. I want to add the tail emote to it if I can. Oh, I have to manually type it. What's the web rank again? Oh, there it is. Hey, I'll use this raid message. Oh my god, Spotter is ending stream. Yeah, I think no. I'm not gonna raid into Spotter. Cancel it. Cancel it. Because raiding into someone when they're ending stream is just bad. Unfortunate timing. Lynch? Leftica? Oh, Leftica just started. I actually enjoy Lefrica's stream a lot. Okay, let's rate Lefrica. I will always find a chance to rate Spotter if I can. Hopefully my brain is not too mean. Alright, here comes another raid. Sorry about that. This time Lefrica just started, so it should be fine. Wee. Zombo shmumbles. Zombo shbumble. Do I have the raid message? Yes, I do. Okay. I'm ready to raid. Then I'll see you guys on Thursday. Alright. On Thursday, same time, I always stream it around GMT around 4 AM. Because I'm GMT plus 8, right? So, yeah, GMT at 4 AM usually is when I start. So, yeah, I'll see you guys on Thursday. No, I don't have appointment quest outside today. Oh, well, good luck with the quest, man. You have Kobo spiritual support. I can support you through a screen. You got this. Good luck with quest. In 2 hours, so it doesn't feel like it's worth. Yip support. Yeah, yip support. And I'll see you guys on Thursday. Take care, everyone. Bye bye. Bye bye. Mama. Mama.